Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of the Talos Principle 2. Now, I would usually be in-game at the start of the stream, but I was setting up for the stream, I got to the load menu and I noticed this, which I thought was very remarkable. I'm apparently over 3 hours in, yet I have 0% progress. I'm not quite sure how I managed that. Presumably because I decided to explore New Jerusalem while we were there, and I presume didn't get to doing any of the puzzles that actually count towards game progress. I did do a few puzzles, but they seemed to be optional. They didn't seem to lead to anything, which is fine, I don't mind, I enjoyed them. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I also thought it was very interesting how there seemed to be 5 distinct categories of progress. And I wonder why that is, and I wonder if if it will be possible to do all of them in the same playthrough. One also has to wonder what these symbols represent. I mean, that looks like a maze, but then what type of flask is that? I've forgotten what the name of that is. That a volumetric flask? That seems reminiscent of chemistry. Then we've got one that looks almost like a holy gate. The triangles and the star, I couldn't tell you. Anyway, let's get into it. So, if I recall correctly, we'd explored most... Wow, that was weird. Okay, that's an interesting... for those that are completely and utterly unfamiliar with this game, I'll give you a very quick recap. We are an android, so is everyone else. The story of the game... Well, I've played the first game. So the story there, which gets... Okay, this is going to be spoilers for the first game, but I can't really help it, because if you don't want the spoilers, stop listening for about a minute or so. But, I can't introduce this game without talking about the first game, because one builds on the other. In the first game, we found out that there had been some sort of ancient disease that had been frozen in permafrost, I think in the Arctic, that got released, and it wiped out humanity. Humanity did not have long to respond to the threat, and they knew they were going to die out, so they very, very quickly put together a bunch of android bodies, which they stored in a safe place, but they didn't yet have the ability to create an AI that was comparable to a human mind. They just didn't have that technology. So their solution was to design a computer that would run an evolutionary algorithm on AIs. So basically it would generate, they would have seeded it with some very basic AI, and it would have put it through a series of tests, and based on how well it did, it may or may not then get to contribute to the next generation of AIs. Now this is a computer algorithm, so when we say the next generation, what we mean is it would take the one that's, or the few that were most successful in any given generation, and then it would create mutations of them, and then have those be the AIs that get tested in the next generation. And I do actually know a bit about these algorithms. The specifics would depend upon the exact algorithm. There are different versions. There are, for example, versions where you would always include the most successful members of the previous generation in the new generation, and there are different versions where you deliberately don't include them and only include their children, as it were. And sometimes you might have some form of way of combining two different candidates to simulate sexual reproduction, and sometimes you wouldn't. But anyway, this, as I say, they made this computer. It was basically selecting for more and more intelligence, and the idea was once they get a sufficiently intelligent AI, they will then automatically, because don't forget that they were planning for when all the humans were dead, they will automatically upload the successful AI and its children, that is the one that succeeded all the tests, into the android bodies, and then they will be the next they will be the new humans. And indeed, that is what's happened, and this population we've met here of androids, which includes ourselves, call themselves humans. Oh, you can see our hands there. You can see android hands. So that's what happened in the first game. I've skipped a bunch of details which may or may not become relevant. Hey Barbie, it's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a great day. And well, it's lovely for you to lurk. Thank you for that. I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? What was I saying? So yeah, that's like the story so far. We are, in this game, we found out that apparently the player character in the first game was called Athena, and she then bootstrapped this civilization. She was the one that got uploaded into an android body and then started uploading lots of other ones. Actually, now I think about it, that might be technically inaccurate, but it doesn't matter. The point is, there was one android that woke up called Athena that then started creating other androids. And apparently, although we haven't verified this, at some point she suggested that we should never have a population more than 1,000. But did she say that, or didn't she? Anyway, we're number 1,000, so our birth was like a big celebration, because they're like, oh, we finally met our population cap, and then suddenly a giant hologram calling itself Prometheus appeared and told us that we had to go to a certain location, and everyone was very confused because, as far as they were aware, we are the only intelligent life still on Earth. So who on Earth is Prometheus? And Prometheus complained about being chained away by Pandora, like at the end, and then the transmission cut off. So some very strange things going on, and that's what we'll be investigating. But before then, I want to walk around the rest of New Jerusalem, as they call this city, and see what the stuff we missed last time. Likewise. I'm playing Schedule 1. I've never heard of Schedule 1. What is Schedule 1, if you don't mind my asking? As I say, I've skipped some details, but, you know, I was introducing the game for about 10 minutes, so I appreciate that, you know, there's a balance to be struck there. We were told that we could withstand some water, but that we're not completely waterproof, so don't go swimming. So I guess we need to use the bridge. Archaeological gardens. Archaeological gardens? Well, now that's interesting. What sort of archaeology do they have here? Oh, all the androids in the city have both a name and a number, although they've apparently decided that our character's name is 1K. It's not clear to me whether any of the androids got to choose their name, or if they're just given one when they're born. A jigsaw puzzle. Ancient humans derived meaning and enjoyment from puzzle-solving activities, as noted by the progenitor, Alexandra Drenham. While the item on display was created for small children, ancient humans of all ages voluntarily engaged in such activities. Yes, Alexandra Drennan was the character introduced in the first game who was in charge of the project that led to the androids being created. Humans invented complex magnification devices in order to better understand the component parts of the world they inhabited. This led to major discoveries in biology, physics, philosophy, and many other fields. And that appears to be a microscope. Incidentally, this game is supposed to be set at least a few hundred years after humans died. An ancient human projectile weapon used in hunting, warfare, law enforcement, crime and personal protection. Produced en masse and used around the world. On average, ancient humans killed hundreds of times the population of New Jerusalem per year. Population of New Jerusalem, of course, being 1,000. And I would say it depends... No, actually, no, I was going to say it depends what part of the world you're in, whether they have guns. But to be fair, I mean, even in Britain, we have the military. So I suppose it's not unfair to say that they were manufactured worldwide. Yes, I've not heard of Schedule 2. Which would you like to provide an introduction to the game? You don't have to if you don't want to. A simple utensil used to transport nutrients to an ancient human's mouth, often found in conjunction with a knife and spoon. And it appears to be a fork that's not in very good condition. How did that even happen to a fork? Like, I understand it was in the ground, but you'd think that under those conditions it would rust very badly. In fact, over a few hundred years it would rust away entirely. But that looks very, very bent. What would have bent it? I suppose if it got crushed by enough weight on top of it, but the crushing would have to have been very uneven to do that. It looks more like it got, like the end of it got jammed up against something hard. Sorry, Schedule 1 is a game about being... Oh, blimey. I had no idea. Are you enjoying the game? The ancient human mastication apparatus required frequent maintenance. This device is theorized to be an advanced electrical tool for this purpose, although some scholars maintain its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset. And we have an electric toothbrush. This is a theme in this game. The fact that these androids are picking up a few hundred years after the humans have been wiped out. And although the humans left them quite a lot of information about them, they didn't leave them everything. So they do have to make guesses, best guesses about things. Hence why they say that the toothbrush, its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset, which we of course know not to be true. Ironically, it's pretty addictive. I see. Funny too, I've never done drugs in my life, and here I am playing a game about dealing. Yeah. What sort of game is it in terms of genre? Is it a management game? Or is it, you know, more like a Grand Theft Auto experience or something else entirely? A printed edition of the complete works of Straton of Stygira, the materialistic philosopher who defied the Talos principle. Edited by Athanasius T. Huber. Right, do I remember what the Talos principle was? I remember this was like a big theme in the first game, and that's why in the first game it was named the Talos principle. It's like the idea that named the series. I seem to remember it was something to do with some, in ancient Greek philosophy, some like, and mythology, some like giant automaton that had some sort of ichor inside it, and then they drained the ichor, and then the automaton died. And I seem to remember that was like symbolic of blood, but I've forgotten what the actual point of that was. I don't think it was as simple as, well, if it bleeds it can die. I think there was actually like, maybe I'll have to remind myself. Hello 1010 Carty, it's lovely to see you. How are you at the moment? You did make it. Kinda indie, I'd say, like a very low quality GTA without the missions. Oh, blimey. So it's, is it, so it's 3D then, and you're driving around in the world. I'm just, so far I've just been, I've been recapping what I know about the story of this game so far, and I've been exploring the world. This is like a museum. I will very, very briefly give you the cliff notes. So, unless you're familiar with the Talos principle, humans were wiped out. Now androids inhabit the Earth, but there was a discontinuity. The humans could create android bodies before they were wiped out by a disease, but they didn't have sufficiently good AI to be equivalent to a human, so they set up a supercomputer that was using an evolutionary algorithm to make smarter and smarter AIs, and then a few hundred years later, it finally finished its job and uploaded the AIs into the android bodies. And so this is a museum they've put together trying to reconstruct human life, and here we have an electric toothbrush, and it says the ancient human mastication apparatus required frequent maintenance. This device is theorized to be an advanced electrical tool for this purpose, although some scholars maintain its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset. So as I say, they're making their best guesses, but they don't, even though the humans left a lot of information behind for them, they didn't leave them with everything. I'm great, thanks. How are you? I'm surviving. But thank you for asking. I was going to look this up, what the Talos principle was, because that is literally... We came across it in the first game, and it is literally what the series is named for, but I've forgotten what the Talos principle was. Let's try the Talos principle philosophy. So I don't get the game. Here we go. This is on Reddit. What's the Talos principle? Played the whole game, can't figure it out. As Milton said, the Talos principle is the Stratton's famous empirical claim that what it is to be human is reducible to mechanical explanations. Basically, what makes a human human? Okay. Like I say, my recollection was it was something to do with, like, this, in ancient Greek mythology, this automaton that had, this ichor inside it, and when that ichor was bled, it died. The titular Talos principle is the idea that all is materialism, and the only thing that makes a human is consciousness. Any conscious being will qualify as being human. Humans are not unique, and there is no soul, only materialism. At least that appears to be the primary philosophy of the game, as far as I understand it. Pretty dark theme, if you ask me, but it definitely was interesting. Maybe the absolutely amazing music depressed me so much. Okay, I won't bore you any longer, but yeah. Right, let's see what else we've got here. So I haven't actually got into doing the puzzles yet. Well, I've done a few optional ones. I haven't done the main puzzles yet. Got to go, but have a good rest of your stream. That's okay. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it.
Dude, it's you! You're 1K! So nice to meet you, dude. I saw you on the Completion Day stream. Hey, have you checked out all this ancient stuff?
Yes, that's why I'm here. No, I was just passing through. What is a dude? Well, shouldn't that be no, that's why I'm here? That doesn't seem to be an option. Let's go with yes, that's why I'm here.
Me too! This is amazing, isn't it?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm almost as new as you are. I'm 998, so I've only been around for a year or so. I'm still trying to get the hang of this. It's pretty cool though, right? I mean, existence. It's totally gnarly. Yeah, I'm not sure if I use that right.
So what do you think about the goal? The goal is the idea that they should have a population cap of 1,000.
I'm sure the founder knew what she was doing. I mean, our ancestors did sort of mess up, right? So we should probably take it easy with the expanding and stuff. Plus, did you see that trippy sky projection thing? That was some freaky stuff, man. Just seems safer to stay in the city.
It's definitely better to be careful. Do you really think so?
Sure I do. When I first left the birthing lab, I was so overwhelmed that I hid in my quarters for 3 weeks straight. And if I'm being honest, That's sort of where I want to be right now.
He is very human, isn't he? Tell me about these human artifacts.
They're pretty neat, huh? My favorite is that thing called a toilet. Our ancestors had to use it like 3 times a day to do a memory dump, and if they didn't, they freaking exploded. Imagine having to deal with that sort of anxiety all the time. Bummer, huh?
Interesting. What do you think Prometheus is?
Honestly, based on everything I know of ancient human culture, I think he's a ghost.
There's no such thing as ghosts. Who knows? Maybe you're right. There's no such thing as ghosts.
I don't know, dude. If ghosts don't exist, why did they make so many movies about them?
It's a good question. Your diction is unusual. What's a dude? I better be going. Your diction is unusual.
Yeah, dude. I thought this voice pack could give me a bit of confidence, help me stand out, you know? But I'm not sure it's working.
What's a dude?
Dude is an old human word that means an excellent person. And I like to use it because I think we should all be excellent to each other.
Oh, isn't he charming? I should point out these androids do seem to have male and female. I don't know whether that has any significance beyond, you know, just their own personal how they personally identify. But they have segregated themselves into 2 genders, it would seem.
Right, before you go, dude, maybe you can help me? I'm not sure I should keep this voice pack. What do you think? You're 1K, you're special. I'm happy to go with whatever you recommend.
Stick with it, it's unique. Try a different voice pack maybe. You have to learn to make your own choices. Stick with it, it's unique.
Alright, excellent. Thanks, dude.
Tell Purple what to do about his voice. Currency was an ancient human medium of exchange which played a significant role in their systems of labour and resource distribution. Intense conflicts sometimes erupted over the possession of these objects, leading to injuries or even deaths. Yep. They're not wrong. That's some very old current... Wait, I even recognise that. That's the... I think that might be the same owl... would it be an engraving if it's on a coin? I think that's the same owl that I used when I made my seal. Like the seal I have physically in real life for like making a wax seal, and the one that's on my website, like I used the little owl of Athena. That is an ancient Greek coin. Although it looks like they've bothered to... is it parallax? The system they use in video games so that they can add depth to what would otherwise be 2-dimensional textures. I may have the wrong term. Parallax mapping, I think maybe? Based on real coins? Well, that's what I'm saying. These seem to be... I recognise that owl. This, I think, is supposed to be an ancient Greek coin. And I think they've actually taken photographs of real ancient Greek coins to produce this. The video game devs. The only real question I have is why did... If these are the artifacts that the androids found, why have they got ancient coins? Like, you'd think there would be way more currency from today that would have survived archaeologically than, you know, ancient Greek currency and Roman. Maybe these coins were in a museum or something, and the museum had sufficiently good storage that it managed to survive a few hundred years? You know, in terms of like atmospheric conditions and so on? I don't know. I don't know how else that would have worked. Also, these coins look quite big. It's something I've literally only just thought about. Are we definitely human-sized? I mean, based on like the ancient buildings, I would assume so, like the size of the doorways and what have you. But it literally just occurred to me, I don't know that we're human-sized. It's not... If this was constructed as like a replica of a ruin and isn't a genuine ruin, we could be like 3 foot tall and I wouldn't know. An inflatable sphere used in popular ancient human game known as football or soccer. This game was played around the entire globe and aroused great passion in its followers. It was also often simulated digitally, most notably in the form of Football Glory, 1994 CE. Wait, if they know human dates, do they know what year it is now? We've just been given vague references to hundreds of years have been passed. It would be nice to know what year it actually is now. As I said earlier, we've been told that we're water resistant, not waterproof. So don't go swimming was what we were told. Can I make it over here? I can. Oops.
Founder bless you, friend.
Thank you. Who are you?
The name I currently go by is Belmarsh.
Oh, you can change your
name.
name.
I am, that changes and shifts, don't you find? Every person is an ongoing story, full of twists and turns and surprises.
Interesting. Yes, we are an android. So, again, I don't want to bore people, so I've been holding back a bit on the lore dumps. But, so in the first game, I said before about how there's this computer that was running this evolutionary algorithm. That was the subject of the first game. You were playing a AI that was inside the simulation. And then at the end of the first game, you got uploaded to an android. And it seems like that... And that was like the end of the game. That was like the ending cutscene. In this game, it turns out that that character took the name Athena and became the founder, as they call it, because they then saw to it that all the other androids were created. Now, apparently, Athena has left. She left the city of New Jerusalem. No one knows where she is. But apparently she left instructions that the population should never go over 1,000 to prevent problems with overpopulation and expansion and what have you. Allegedly. We don't actually know this. We've not found any... We've never spoken to her, for example. We can't be sure. But that's what people are saying she said. Now, we are android number 1,000. So when we were born, there was a big celebration, and they've apparently given us the name 1K. So that's who we're playing as. So we are an android, but we're also a slightly special android because we are notionally the last one. Thanks for explaining. You're very welcome. I hope that was interesting and not boring. I've just noticed my VTuber model is supposed to be translucent, but it's looking even more... That's so you can see through me, so I can't cover up important things in game. But I think I look slightly more translucent than would be ideal. Let me turn up my visibility a bit. Let's go with that. And that'll do for now. I can adjust it later. Not boring. Haven't seen this game before. Well, I hope you enjoy watching it. Slight shame that I've spoiled a bit of the previous game, but yeah. What are you doing here?
I'm meditating. Letting go of narratives like time and space and simply allowing the illusion that is my ego to merge with everything that surrounds it.
Interesting. That sounds like a beautiful experience of unity. That sounds like a horrific violation of the conscious self. That sounds like nonsense. Let's go with that sounds like a beautiful experience of unity.
It's not unity, but the absence of division. There was never a self or an other in the first place.
Did you see what happened at the dam? I think that's referring to when that giant hologram appeared, calling itself Prometheus.
Yes, I did, but I'm not particularly perturbed by it. Events occur, my friend, that's all. At the end of the day, we are all one. You are the founder, and so am I, and Prometheus is just another story we're telling ourselves.
Okay. To be honest, he seemed like more than a story. I think it is entirely possible that Prometheus is essentially a hoax. That as a group of these androids have gone off on their own and put together this Prometheus figure. I do have other theories. I'm not saying that is what's going on, but I think there is a decent chance that that is the case. But I still think that Prometheus is more than just a story. Like, there's definitely something going on there. Someone's trying to achieve something. Very beautiful, isn't it? So, as you may be able to see in the top right, it says Join Expedition. I think that's when the game proper is start to begin, as in that's when I'll actually get some puzzles to solve and what have you. But I've been spending my time exploring the city and seeing what I can find.
Happy completion day!
It is very aesthetically pleasing. Oh, happy completion day to you too. Ooh, what have we found here? A piece of sanitary hardware used to dispose of biological excretions resulting from food and water intake required to power ancient human biology. Such hardware was connected to a vast network of subterranean pipes leading to wastewater treatment facilities, a classic example of ancient infrastructure used to control their impact on the environment. Well, there we go. A massage aid. Let me try again. A massage aid used by ancient humans to combat muscle fatigue and other physical ailments common to biological organisms. This prevented pain. The ancient human equivalent of error codes 704, 705, and 921 to 932. Well, there we go. Oops. Oh. I accidentally got myself caught behind a wall. What's over here then? Oh, is this the way we came? No, I don't think it is. Or is it? Yes. It is. Never mind. Can I walk over there? Or am I going to drown? Well, not drown, short circuit. I don't think I can go over there. I don't actually know what depth of water we can withstand. Like I say, I've just been given the vague warning, don't try to swim. Hello there. Wait, cat survived? It doesn't seem very mobile, does it? Oh, no. No. I think cat survived. Huzzah!
Oh,
hello.
It's you. Number 1000. Today is completion day, isn't it? Sorry, I turned off all the streams. Founder bless you, I guess.
Are you alright?
Not really, no. But I don't want to burden you with my problems on your special day.
Go ahead, tell me what's wrong.
You're as new to this world as it gets, 1K. What do you think might give you a sense of meaning? A sense that life is actually worth living?
Oh dear. Contribution to society, obeying orders, pursuing my own self-interest, love, spirituality, a combination of factors, I have no idea. Let's go with contributing to society.
That's what I thought too, in the beginning. And it did do something for me, but it wasn't enough. Society is too abstract to sustain the soul, 1K.
Then where can meaning be found?
Love, 1K. It's our only point of access to the divine. Our only way of transcending ourselves without losing what makes us unique. I'm absolutely certain. But
what?
But the right person for me hasn't been born yet. None of the people in this city are who I'm looking for, and
There will be
if
no
we
more.
really stop making new citizens, I'll be alone forever.
I don't think there's one specific person who's the only one we can love. Love isn't something you find out there, it's something you build with another person. I don't think love is that important. You deserve to find love, we all do. You need to learn to love yourself instead. Love isn't something you find out there, it's something you build with another person.
I think that's just misplaced ego. Yeah, love takes work, but it's not something you just will into existence. We can't control everything in life, 1K. Try to keep that in mind.
Okay, thanks for the chat, I should get going. Poor Dossicles. Or is it Dossicles? Probably Dossicles. We seem to have reached the city wall, but there seems to be quite a lot past it before we reach the edge of the dome, the great big dome that's overhead. Which is interesting. I wonder what's past the wall. Goodness me. I didn't realise how large this city was. Huh. I wonder if there's any utility to being back here. Where even am I? Like in relation to the other places we've been. Is this all under construction? Well, we know they've got an energy crisis on at the moment. If they're running low on fuel, I can't imagine they'd be doing much construction right now. Oh, hello there. Hello, Ren.
1K, you've strayed far. Well, that gives me a chance to apologize for completion day not being entirely complete.
You mean the dome?
Yes, it's my responsibility. I'm the chief architect. It was supposed to be done in time for completion day, but we simply didn't have enough resources.
What's the dome for?
It has two purposes: to protect New Jerusalem from the world, and to protect the world from New Jerusalem.
Interesting. When is the dome going to be complete?
At this rate, I'm not sure. Maybe another decade or two.
To be fair, that's not... They don't age, these androids. I mean, there's a bit of wear and tear. They probably would break down eventually, but like, as I understand it, hundreds of years have passed since the first androids have awoke, and they're still here. So a few decades isn't long according to the time scale they're used to thinking in. Does the world really need protecting from New Jerusalem?
That's what the founder taught us. One city may not seem like much, but just look at the dead city and how it transformed the environment. The consequences are still with us, even more than 1,000 years later.
More than 1,000 years later, right. I think that's the first time we've concretely been told that it's been over 1,000 years since the humans were wiped out. Doesn't building this huge dome consume too many resources? Seems antithetical to the goal.
You're right. I have heard that argument. But the way it's been explained to me is that the dome has a greater value than just its practical use. It's a symbol of the society we aspire to become.
I need to go. Right. So, hang on. That's actually worth writing down. Right. Dome consumes many resources, but is a symbol for what they wish society to become. In case you're not aware, I always make physical notes when I'm playing games. I have an actual notepad in front of me with a pen and what have you. Now, the reason I think that's an important point to note is because up till now, like, one of the key themes of this game have been isolationism versus expansion. Like, do we want to close ourselves off from the world completely in our own little pocket, or do we want to expand, explore and grow? And the main problem that seems to have been presented is that although they're trying to be all ecologically mindful and section themselves off from the rest of the world so they have as little impact on it as possible, the problem is they simply don't have all the resources they need. They're currently going through an energy crisis. They're not exploring and acquiring new resources at the rate they need to. And what are they going to do in like thousands of years? Like, one natural disaster could wipe out their whole society. That's why I'm quite critical of this isolationism. But this is a very interesting point that we've not seen raised before. So, notionally, the dome has been put there for environmental reasons, to protect the rest of the world from New Jerusalem. But now we know that people are well aware that this dome is actually an extravagant waste of resources. Hang on, this is getting deeper. Are we okay? We're okay. And that people are just putting it up for ideological reasons. So that suggests a degree of hypocrisy to me. You know, if to suggest to the populace, as I understand it, for the politicians of their society to suggest that this is all being built for the benefit of the environment, but for that to be demonstrably not true, it raises certain questions. Perhaps this won't come up again, but it's one worth being aware of, I think. Interesting, so I could have actually skirted around the outside to get to where we just were. Presumably. As long as I can actually get back to land from here. Oh, getting deeper. Are we good? Or am I in trouble? I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. That is quite interesting. I apologise. I think I may have missed when you posted that. If that was just now or if that was a few minutes ago. Apologies if I did miss it. Oh, no worries. It was from when you were theorizing it a few minutes ago. Okay. To be clear, I don't know where I'm going here. I'm just trying to get back to somewhere I recognise, which I think I do. I think we have been here before. Wait, what was that propaganda? Be constant, remember the goal. Perfection is unchanging. Yeah, that's some of their propaganda. So again, as I was saying, like the...
Hey!
Hello. Hello, Sirius. The mayor who we spoke to and other... but not all of the big wigs, they seem to be promoting this idea that there should never be more than 1,000 androids, which is the goal, to build 1,000 of them, and that they should limit their impact upon the environment because look what happened to the humans, and so on and so forth. Oh, this is new. I've not seen this before. Is that a statue of the founder with a cat in her arms? But like I say, from my perspective, I've just been born into this world, literally today, in this game. And I've not met the founder. Apparently she left a long time ago. How do I know that she actually said that? And even if she did, why is she being revered in this way? Like, she just happens to have been the first android. Like, sure, she's a notable individual. She should have a prominent position in the history books. But, like, why is she being almost religiously worshipped? Love that there are still cats, as do I. Talk to Talos. Oops.
Hello, 1K. Nice to meet you. What brings you to Milton's Rest?
Just exploring. Oh, Milton. Milton's an interesting one. Milton was from the first game. They weren't the same sort of AI as we are. So, remember I said about how there was this supercomputer that was running an evolutionary algorithm? Well, that supercomputer itself, it called itself Elohim, which is actually, in real life, a very old name for God, I believe. The supercomputer itself, like I say, it was a form of AI, but it wasn't... You know, this is something that the humans actually built to run the simulation before they all died out. So it's a different type of AI. It's not one of the evolutionary generated ones. It's a much simpler AI. And there was also Milton. Milton was yet another distinct AI that the humans built before they were wiped out. And it was responsible for the archiving of all the data they could. So when humans were, you know, in their last few months before the disease killed them all, they were frantically trying to save as much information as they could. They had this huge archival project, and people from around the world were sending in as many, you know, electronic documents, articles, whatever they could get as possible, and putting it into this big archive. And to search it and to manage it, they built Milton. Now, the interesting thing was Elohim, who, as I say, was the supercomputer, or the AI running on the supercomputer responsible for the simulation, they ended up becoming more intelligent over time, and they didn't want to complete the project because they knew that would mean that they would get shut down. And Milton, who was just notionally supposed to be an archival service, also got more intelligent and more or less realised what Elohim was up to, that they weren't performing their proper goal, and became extremely sceptical. And these were two individuals who we kept interacting with in the first game. Now, the reason this is significant is because to the androids that have been born in you know, in the time between the first game and the second game, they see Milton as like this great skeptic figure from their history, and that's why Milton is to an extent revered, even though he went against Elohim. Because, I mean, Elohim portrayed Milton as though he was the devil, pretty much. because he really didn't like people undermining his plans. So that's why I find it very interesting that what was his name? The person we're talking to now, Atul, just described this as Milton's place, because they obviously named this place after Milton. Just exploring. I seem to inherently like cats.
It's funny how common that trait is. At first, I thought it might have been an error in the simulation, but it looks like it was the same for our ancestors. Can you believe that there used to be hundreds of millions of cats on the planet?
Sounds
and
about
people
right.
used to make videos of them and share them with the rest of humanity. Must have been incredible. I wonder if they appreciated how good they had it.
Thank you for the background info. If I do end up boring you at any point, do let me know. I'm very bad at judging that. Tell me about this place.
Well, this is the spot where the founder buried her first cat, Milton.
Oh.
She found Milton just after she woke up, and he lived with her and the first companions for almost 20 years. They say she was heartbroken when he died and swore that one day she would find the means to extend the lifespans of biological organisms.
I wonder if that's why she left. Because like I say, she just left the city. Also, everything I just said about Milton, as I understand it, is true. So then she must have named her cat after Milton. And if I'm right, that the first android that woke up was in fact the character from the first game, which I'm pretty sure is the case, then she met, well I say met, I mean it was all in a simulation, but she interacted with Milton directly. It seems like after the simulation ended, some of Elohim's code got uploaded into all the androids. Exactly which parts and why isn't clear, but it seems like in every single android there's some of Elohim left. Apparently when they fall asleep, because they do sleep, they see Elohim, which is very interesting. But Milton, as far as they can tell, has been completely wiped out. They're not entirely sure. Apparently some of them, I mean you saw like what their scholars thought about like toothbrushes in the museum. Like they're trying to put things together as best they can, but they're not always accurate. Some of the Android scholars think that some of Milton's code may have also been incorporated into their own code, but they're not sure. As far as they can tell, while Elohim definitely does still exist to an extent, or part of him does, Milton seems to be gone. I had a phone call earlier. I would like to say I love the street views of this game. Alright. It is a very... they have worked very hard on the graphics here, haven't they? On the aesthetic. Oh, I've forgotten the context. What did he just say? He was saying about the cats. Oh, extending the life of biological organisms. Is that possible?
Probably, but we haven't really tried. It's not really considered part of the goal, you know. So, unfortunately, our cats still die pretty quickly. You fall in love with them, they become a part of your life, and then they're gone. That's why we built this place, to remember them.
That's very sweet. What was I thinking? That's very interesting. So as I say, they seem to have an almost religious reverence for the founder, but it's very notable that one of her main objectives doesn't seem to have been incorporated into their civilization. But another one that she allegedly said about the population cap has been. We should extend their lives. Seems cruel not to. Death is natural. We should accept it. I wanted to ask you about something else. We should extend their lives. Seems cruel not to.
I agree, but it's not how things work around here.
Tell me about cats.
They're incredibly odd creatures. I've had many, and no two are alike. They have strange habits, they do unexpected things, they have zero respect for anyone.
Yep.
They're the weirdos of the animal kingdom, basically. And despite that, or maybe because of it, they end up running your life. I once didn't use my recharging station for almost 15 years because one of my cats liked to sleep in it.
Oh, goodness me. You must have been using a different recharging station then. What's your favourite cat fact?
I think the most amazing fact about cats is that they self-domesticated, which is another way of saying that they're not properly domesticated at all. They just showed up one day and decided to start living with our ancestors. Then, after our ancestors died, they went back to living in the wild, and when we showed up, they moved right back into our homes. Dogs, meanwhile, turned back into wolves. They needed to change to survive. Cats just are.
That is very interesting. Do you have a cat at the moment?
I do. Her name is Patricia.
Patricia?
She's very beautiful and very specific in her preferences. She loves sunshine and sitting on people's heads. And she has a psychotic hatred of flies. I don't mean that she tries to catch them like a normal cat. I mean she is furious at the mere fact of their existence.
I should get going. Right, what have we got here? Milton, when everything changed, made sure I wasn't alone. Aww. Sam, is it a cat or a tank? Misha, the blackest cat, the devil's cat. I think these are probably the developers' cats. That looks like some sort of sound equipment behind, possibly some sort of equalizer for like doing live sound work. Zero, destroyer of dreams. Ginger, destroyer of carpets, devourer of food, connoisseur of cuddles. Lily, thank you for getting your hair everywhere. Dana and Fox, the truth is out there. Love you, nenes. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I don't know what the E with a hat would be pronounced as. Luna, her name is Luna. She smells like tuna. Oh, it says next cat here. Oh my goodness, how many are there? Dean, the nicest cat, perhaps the only nice cat. Carlito, we did everything we could to save you. I hope there's an afterlife for cats. Castiel, half angel, half demon, all perfect. Dam, truly a special creature, so glad I saved you. Gru, a powerful cat and a good friend. I miss you and I'm sorry I couldn't find you again. Aww. Hassan, you were very gentle and beautiful. I wish nature had been kinder to you. The little man, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have protected you. These are actually getting me quite sad now. The old lady, undoubtedly the most powerful demon on earth. Love you forever. The tiny, quiet kind, impossible to pick up even with hands of steel. Mr. Cat, father of generations. Base Mundo, no cat ever loved humans more than him. Would have been a perfect companion for Alexandra Drennan. Iris, your fluffy whiteness was like that of a cloud. Max, loved food so much he struggled. Oh, blimey. Eva, liked to play with laser beams. Frodo, could fit in any box, no matter how small. Ivan, you raised us as much as we raised you. Arya, alas, you only ever sang for food. In loving memory of Beba, the originator of the pigeon-slaying industry, and just a cat with impeccable taste in humans. Twiggy, she's napping in a better place now. Meggie, silly ball of energy, smarter than all of us, left us too soon. Donny, fearless king, ruler of his domain, as big in heart as he was in volume. Gina, repeatedly killing things in the afterlife, but with love. Catcher, she was a very curious cat. Zuko, persistent door scratcher and lap warmer. Louis, we found you as a tiny street fighter and you grew up to be our best friend, smart, fearless and loving. Sausage, her beautiful gaze is upon me and her presence gives me comfort. Oh, they had different coloured eyes. Is that achromatia? Or have I made that up? Smetana, white as sour cream, soft as cottage cheese. Pierce, soaking in the desert sun. Danny, I didn't mind you eating my chips. Heterochromia, I believe. Yes, I think you're right. Thank you. Smudge, destroyer of strawberries, master of play, expert napper. Ginger. Oh, we've read that one. Pepper, spy in a former life, constantly monitoring all things from the shadows, expert arguer. Foxy, even the foxiest among us eventually have to face their hounds. Oh dear. I think that's a euphemistic reference to fox hunting. Eyeball, Psyche, Psycho, she of many names, a nightmare and a soulmate to Jakar. If I lose all else, may I never forget her. Azrael, we rescued you, then you rescued us. Oh, beloved streamer and accomplished typist. Finn, a typical Leo, he liked attention, delicately wrapping his tail around his paws and sleeping in awkward positions. Legend, a wee boy who lived up to his name. Evie, beautiful on the outside, only. Dipstick, he was a real cat, if you know what I mean. Flux and void, in calm our love was filled, in play laughter abounded, in war the fragile shattered. Paddington, may you find many cuddles and carpets. Wherever you may be, much love, K&S. Worf, in different worlds but never apart, best friends forever, a cosmic work of art. Lucy, you came to me and ever since my life has been brighter, my number one. Norma Jean, your original father passed away and I took you in. You were scared, but now I hope you're happy. Bitsy, you were taken from us too soon. I miss you more and more every day. Sweet dreams, baby. Lily, thank you for getting your hair everywhere. Oh, we read that one. Dick Cheney, for a creature with so much fur, you are always trying to keep warm with your oversized hats. Cooper, the court gesture of my heart. Chewie, music is supposed to soothe the savage beast, but you were different. Mister, your ability to relax was unparalleled. Dom, I was always so glad that you never grew into your ears. Stanley Biscuits, to the best neighbour I ever knew. Stanley Biscuits, I miss you every day. Kipper B, Wojciechin. Here lies a cat who was devious. His cunning ways were quite mischievous. We loved him all the same. Saffron and Cain. May you hunt forever. Aero, never stop screaming. To Lina, my best friend, who has always been the sunshine of my life. Ripley and Smaug, sun sleepers. Moth hunters, our favourite beasts. Sir, you are such a gentleman and I miss you dearly. Lilu, you were such a diva and always judged me with your stares, but you are a furry sweetheart underneath it all. Miss you, darling. Senya, the best magic sausage in the world. Can't wait to see you again someday. Jazzy and Gaia, to the most gentle and loving cats one could ask for. Jenny, did not like to be held by the unworthy. Luna, her name's Luna. She smells like tuna. That was quite sad. Very sweet, but sad too. As I say, I strongly suspect those were the developers' real cats. Alexander Drennan Memorial.
Blessings.
Oh, hello. Hello, Galomo. So as I say, in the game's lore, this was the person who was responsible for the project that led to the development of the androids. Alexander Drennan Memorial. Jefferson.
Oh, hello there. You must be the long-awaited 1K. Lovely day for a walk, is it not?
It is. Didn't you notice a Titanic Greek man appearing in the sky?
Oh, that sounds very dramatic. I must admit I wasn't following the stream. This whole completion day business is not for me.
What is this place?
The Alexandra Drennan Memorial. Are you interested in history?
I am. I think so.
How wonderful. I'm not a full-fledged historian, but I do consider myself a bit of an aficionado.
Which particular period of history are you most interested in?
An excellent question. There's so many interesting events to choose from. Obviously, the period just before the end of biological humanity is interesting, and not only from the standpoint of it being the time when we were, in a manner of speaking, conceived, but also because our ancestors were, like ourselves, at a crossroads.
How so?
I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you are the living embodiment of this historical moment. In you, the goal was accomplished. Our growth is finished, and we are complete.
Are you, though?
Or are we?
I was going to say, in case, just in case anyone's not caught on, they call them, these androids call themselves humans, and they refer to the Homo sapiens as their ancestors. I seem to have been born into an interesting time.
Indeed. The future is about to take shape, for good or ill. I suspect it will be exhilarating, but painful as well.
Tell me about this sculpture.
Well, where do I even start? This, my dear 1K, is someone who could very well be considered the mother of us all. A remarkable scientist by the name of Alexandra Drennan, also known as the progenitor.
Who was Alexandra Drennan?
A long time ago, this planet was inhabited by our ancestors, a species of bipedal mammals with unusually large brains. When a particularly lethal virus threatened to wipe out civilization, it was Alexandra Drennan and her team that decided to create the program that would eventually result in the creation of our kind. Without her, you and I would not exist, and everything our ancestors had accomplished would be forgotten.
Our brains are big for our size, but there are certainly a lot of animals that have larger brains than us, like blue whales, for example, elephants. Why do you admire her?
By studying her writings and recordings, I have learnt that Alexandra Drennan had immovable faith in humanity, in our ability to persevere, in our curiosity, our bravery, our kindness. While we might not share our ancestors' biological characteristics, I'd like to think that we have inherited those other qualities. And I admire Alexandra Drennan for keeping that faith, even when it must have, at times, been quite difficult.
Why do we have a statue of her?
To commemorate our past, our beginnings. This entire garden is a celebration of where we came from. In part, so that we remember the mistakes of the past, and in part, so that we may draw strength from those that came before us.
I should get going.
Have a nice day.
So one thing that I note is that they seem to have, although Alexandra Drennan was impressive as she was presented in the first game, they do seem to have fallen into the same, what's the word? Fallacy's a little strong, but the same way of thinking that they tend to attribute great works to individuals. She had a team working under her. Don't get me wrong, she did a fantastic job, but she was just the upper management. Like, a huge amount of the actual work that had to get done would have been done by a lot of other very capable people working at a lower level, and they don't have statues here. She's the one that they made a statue of.
Founder bless you.
Thank you.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams. And now it was all gone forever. I ran to my father, crying, and told told him about this, and he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone.
Very beautiful. I think I may have played these in the wrong order. I wonder if that was supposed to be the last one. Assuming they're all recordings.
The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every human society in recorded history has games. We don't just solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults. Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle, because we've always been a species of problem solvers.
I must dash now. But so glad I caught the string. Have a great rest of your day. You too, Tang Tang Karty. It was absolutely lovely for you to drop by. And I've enjoyed talking to you. Take care.
DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology,
Thank
we
you.
have access to the
Pleasure
thoughts
is mine.
and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember. Nearly everything on this planet, from the surface of the Earth to the composition of the atmosphere itself, has been shaped by life. It's a process that takes millions of years. But we humans, with our technology, with our understanding and manipulation of systems, have changed everything in just a few centuries. I think that's also part of what makes us human. We reshape the world in our image. It's how we create ourselves and how we destroy ourselves.
That was very interesting. Is there any more? I think we may... Oh, interesting. Why is this one sectioned off? It doesn't seem to function. You don't seem to be able to play it. Ah. One has to wonder. See, if I remembered all the recordings from the first game, I might actually know what that recording was of. What I was going to say is, one has to wonder, is this genuinely just a technical malfunction and they've put these barriers up for now? Or was Alexandra Drennan saying something there that the current people that are politically in power don't agree with? One has to wonder. Right, so... ironically, just after 1010 Karty had to leave, I think we've just finished exploring the main part of the city and we're ready to actually begin the game proper. Also, what was it? It was about 3 hours and 10 minutes or so I was into the game when we started today, and I had 0% completion. I don't think anything I've done since then's increased my completion rate, so I think that means I'm almost 4.5 hours into the game, still with a 0% completion. Yeah, this looks like we've explored the rest of the city. I mean, if I really wanted to be thorough, I could be. Hold on. I'm not sure if we've explored this or not. That looks like there's probably a way up there from another side. Or is that the cat memorial? No, it's not. Yeah, we've not been in here. This is new. I haven't explored everything. Create 1,000 citizens, the ideal number of humans, live in harmony with nature, maintain balance in all things. Right, but who said that? Be respectful towards each other, respect the traditions of our people, be mindful of the mistakes of our ancestors. Be thankful to the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. Be thankful to the keeper of memories, Arkady Chernyavsky. I believe that was the person who created Milton. The archive AI. keep bright the memory of Gehenna and its people who found peace. Gehenna was where Elohim banished the AIs that he didn't think, who were too heretical, who wouldn't follow his way of doing things. I've always found it odd that he just banished them to Gehenna instead of deleting them. I mean, I know notionally that's better, but since he was clearly a tyrant, Elohim, I don't know, and he would have had the power, I don't know why he didn't just delete them. But he didn't. He banished them to Gehenna, and then at the very end of the first game, when the player finally succeeds and Elohim relents and brings an end to the process, that is the evolutionary process, that was generating successively more intelligent AIs, he then relented and he let all the prisoners in Gehenna go. And that, I believe, was the subject of the DLC that we did.
Founder bless you, 1K. How lovely of you to come here, to the very spot where she established the teachings that led to your creation.
Tell me about the Founder.
The Founder was born out of the trials of Elohim, an almost impossible test created by our distant ancestors. To pass these trials, she had to embody the most important virtues. She was smart and wise and humble. And through her perseverance, she resurrected humanity itself. With the help of the first companions, she founded this city, which has given our species a chance at redemption.
Right, this actually answers a question that I asked at the beginning of the game, or at least I raised at the beginning of the game. My understanding is that when the Founder, that is the player in the first game, finally defeated Elohim, defeated the puzzles and convinced Elohim to end the process, what actually happened was all the final generation AIs got uploaded to the gold disc. Exactly what the gold disc is was never fully established, I don't think. But the gold disc stored basically all the accumulated, like the best of the accumulated AI they had up to that point, and apparently parts of Elohim himself. And then it's based on that gold disc and some randomization process that they create new AIs. So all the AIs we see walking around in the game today are actually combinations of the last generation AIs from the previous game. They're, if you will, they're the next generation, their offspring. What I wasn't sure about was whether the Founder, also called Athena, the character in the first game, I wasn't sure... Hold on, actually, let me rephrase that. I wasn't sure if the character in the first game got uploaded to an AR, to an android body as is, and was the Founder, was Athena, or if she just got uploaded to the gold disc and was used in the generation process of the next generation of AIs, and in which case that would mean that Athena wasn't actually the player in the first game, the player character in the first game, but actually some combination of her and the other AIs. It sounds like it's the first one, that she actually was the player character in the first game. Now, when they said the first companions, that was the first 12... Actually, if there was 12 of them in total, does that include the Founder herself? I don't think we know, but I'll assume it doesn't include the Founder herself. She then created 12 more of these androids. I believe the bodies already existed, so she was presumably using the data in the gold disc to generate new AIs by combining them in a random fashion. So another question that I don't know is, did the Founder herself, that is the player in the first game, also get uploaded to the gold disc when they got uploaded to the android body? Because ultimately she's just data, you can copy it around. So do all of the androids in this generation actually have some of the Founder in them? Or is the Founder actually unique? Is she the only one that didn't of that generation that didn't get included in the gold disc? I don't know.
They were the first to be born after the Founder. 2 whose bodies had been anointed by our ancestors, and 10 who were made whole by the Founder herself.
Okay.
They are the wisest of us. Though sadly, some were lost in the early days, before New Jerusalem was built. And some, I'm afraid, some seem to have rejected the Founder's teachings.
I'm not surprised. Because why should they? Why would they? I actually wouldn't say this if I was actually here in the game world, because I don't want to get called a heretic immediately. But yeah, why would they have a religious? Why would they religiously worship and follow the Founder? And are these even really the Founder's teachings, or are these things that someone else has effectively put in her mouth? Yema and Sarabai were presumably both destroyed, because we were told that one of the other androids we spoke to said they had signatures from all of the Founders other than those 2, I think. Not all of the Founders, all the companions. There's only one Founder. What did the Founder teach?
The Founder taught that humanity was destroyed by its hubris. Our ancestors thought they could play God and treat this planet as something to dominate. They surrendered to a fever of growth and extraction until the planet finally punished them for it. That's why the Founder created the goal. So we would have something to strive for in her absence, but also a limit we must never pass.
Yeah, but did she intend it as a limit? Is that something she actually said? Why did the Founder leave?
That's not for us to know. But I believe that one day she will return. It may not be long now. Perhaps after we finish the dome. It was supposed to be finished before completion day. Well, it doesn't matter. The Founder will return when she sees fit.
Do you think the Founder is responsible for Prometheus? And perhaps is unhappy with the path that the other androids have taken and thought that this was the best way to achieve whatever her goals are? I wonder. I have to get going.
Happy completion day, 1K.
What was I thinking? Yes, it hasn't gone unnoticed by me that there's one Founder and 12 companions, just like there was in the Christian faith 1 Messiah and 12 apostles, wasn't there? I feel like there may have been a bit of inspiration on the part of the religious themes are a big part in both the previous game and this game, and I feel like that may have been the inspiration for those particular numbers. I could be wrong. Right, I think
Founder's blessings, 1K.
Thank you. I think we've explored the entire city now. It's possible I've missed something. Interesting abstract art. Hang on, isn't there some sort of social media app? There is. Please familiarise yourself with the following rules. Right, those aren't the rules that I was looking for. I was looking for the expedition procedures, since that's what we're going on in a minute. Maintain the ideals of the Founder and the goal. Prioritise the well-being of the expedition members over mission completion. One expedition member to stay by the vehicle at all times. Expedition leaders should refrain from participating in high-risk activities. Minimise vehicle use to conserve fuel. Prioritising observation over interference, and in case of emergency, return to New Jerusalem at once. Right. And as I was saying before, well, this is very nice. I like the way they've got a little microbiome, complete with oh, those insects can fly through the glass. Okay. And the metal. I was going to say, it's lovely that they've got this little, almost massive terrarium built into the building. That's a really good idea. Although I imagine it would be a lot to maintain. You know, if you want to keep everything alive and healthy. What was I going to say? So I could take my time and go over all this again thoroughly to make sure I've not missed anything. But I imagine that would bore you. So let's get on with the game proper. Just thinking, I could if I'd been paying more attention, I could have actually verified whether I'd been everywhere. I don't remember seeing that massive spire before, like from the ground. Oh, but I don't think we can access it, can we? No, I think we were restricted to this part. Yeah, that's beyond the city walls. I wonder if these are areas we'll gain access to later. If so, I mean, I think the area we already had access to was truly massive. Impressively so. Right, I think that's where... That was the exhibit that was closed down. I've forgotten what that exhibit is, but I'm pretty sure we visited it in the first game. In the first stream, I meant to say. That's the museum we went to in the first game, which covers the simulation. Alexandra Drennan Memorial. That's the Cat Memorial there. That is the Founder Memorial. This is the, like, little archaeological section we visited today. With, like, the toothbrush and what have you. So yes, I think I'm actually a lot more confident now that we have seen it all. Right, let's get going. Wasn't the mayor around here? Yeah, there's the mayor. Hermanubis. Or Herman for sure. Right, I think we're ready.
So, what's the verdict? Are we going?
Of course, yes. This is an opportunity we can't pass up.
I guess Byron was pretty convincing, hmm? Well, we'll see. I just wonder how much of the city is going to fall apart while I'm gone. Actually, we haven't been formally introduced. I'm Melville, New Jerusalem's only decent engineer.
Okay.
Saved you from the elevator.
Yeah, but the elevator shouldn't have broken. In fact, it wasn't broken, was it? It just lost its power. That shouldn't have happened in the first place. Only decent, in quotation marks, engineer. Nice to meet you. People call me 1K.
Pleasure. Now let's get this show on the road.
Yes. Embark on the expedition. Oh, blimey. And we're
Here we go.
almost up
Hold
front.
on to your hats.
We really need to update those language libraries.
Thank you for coming along, everyone. We have a chance to make a real difference here. It's not just about what we find on that island. It's about who we want to be as a people, as a civilization. To remind ourselves that we used to be wanderers, explorers. We used to yearn for distant shores and dream of building new cities. Let's see if we can rekindle that flame a little.
All right, this is going to be a long journey. So
City.
I would like to ask you to switch to sleep mode to conserve power until we arrive at the island.
I wonder if
Nighty
that...
night.
I wonder if that is what they call the Dead City. The thing is, as I say, if it's been over 1,000 years...
You have chosen a
I thought so.
path.
Elohim.
A path that will demand sacrifice. But that, my child, is how the future is built.
That was very interesting.
Wakey, wakey, robot people. Say goodbye to Elohim, and say hello to the mysterious island.
Status report, please.
We hit some headwinds over the ocean, so fuel consumption turned out a bit higher than expected, but we should be okay. We're approaching the center of the island now. This should be the location of the largest of the artificial structures we detected.
How large are we talking? Do we have precise measurements?
It should be coming into view just about... Whoa. It's big.
You can say that again.
That is a bloody megastructure. If I had a spine, it'd be shivering.
Ha! I knew this would be exciting. Yakut, find us a place to set down.
On it.
Not as big as the city, but still rather big.
It really is incredible.
Remember to turn on streaming, everyone?
Oh, I've turned on streaming.
Have I ever mentioned that I hate flying? If our creators had intended us to fly, they'd have given us jetpacks.
And... touchdown.
A Voice in the Wilderness, Act 1. So I've only just... I'm more than 4.5 hours in,
I'm sure you're
and I've only just begun Act 1.
But let's at least have some semblance of order. Yakut, I want a map of the island and a molecular analysis of, well, everything. Melville, tell me what the giant pyramid does. The rest of us will start exploring.
Shouldn't the expedition leader stay at the VTOL?
Why do you hate fun, Al?
I don't hate fun. I'm just mildly suspicious of it.
Excellent. Then we can all go.
Explore the area. Unfortunately, I agree we should have someone at the vehicle. That's not just because those were our instructions. I genuinely believe that is only sensible. What if something goes wrong? And they really shouldn't be splitting up like this. They really should have at least be going about in at least pairs. I mean, there's 5 people here in total. That would work out with one person stays at the vehicle, and then there's 2 pairs.
This structure seems to be part of some kind of transport system. No power, though.
I'm not making any promises, but I might be able to fix the transport system. However, I don't like just randomly poking at things. That's how you get electrocuted. So please check the surrounding structures to see if you can find anything that might help me make sense of this stuff. Schematics, blueprints, a manual would be great.
Find schematics, okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, 1 person at the vehicle, 2 pairs. I was going to make another point, but I've forgotten what it was now. Oh yeah, this was not built by humans. We have no reason to believe they had technology that looked like this at the point at which they were wiped out. Because I'm pretty sure they were supposed to be wiped out not long after the present day, as I record this stream. And I don't know, it seems pretty darned unlikely, but how do I know that you're not watching this stream in the year 3025? But at the point at which this was recorded...
Check out these coordinates.
Which is 2025. I think that the first game... I think the events of the first game weren't far in the future. In fact, they may have even been slightly in the past. So this wasn't built by humans. This must have been built by something after them. So presumably this is Android technology. Possibly the founder's work, but there's too much here for one person to have done in even 1,000 years. That would suggest that she must have built her own androids or robot helpers or something. Needn't necessarily be as intelligent and independent as these ones are, mind you, as we are, the player character and companions. Could be more simplistic robots than that, but still. The transit system would probably get us into the pyramid, I would guess. But if this was built after biological humans were wiped out, why have this transport system outside? Wouldn't they just spend their entire time inside the pyramid? Why carve all this stone? It doesn't quite... Oh, this is concrete actually, I think. But why set all this concrete? It does speak not of a single individual being here, but a civilization. Could it be that a group of humans actually were resilient to the disease and survived, and this is what we're looking at here? Like their work. But if that's the case, why the whole Prometheus ruse? And why can't we see any of them about? Like, why does this appear to be abandoned? Something interesting up ahead with some statues. Hello. I just saw something red and flashing over there. Was that one of the android scanners, or was that something different entirely? I think it's an android scanner. This looks more like Homo sapien technology. I'm not sure what it is, though. I'm not sure what function it serves. I don't think it's any sort of generator. But it looks like it may be to do with power distribution. But that's just guesswork on my part. These look almost like they could be massive motors. And again, humans have been gone for 1,000 years. That wouldn't be there if it hadn't been maintained. It just wouldn't. It would have collapsed and fallen into the earth a long time ago. All that metal would have rusted. I mean, even things that are generally considered rust resistant, like stainless steel, often aren't completely rust resistant. There are metals that are, like if that was made out of solid gold, it wouldn't have rusted. But yeah, I don't believe that. But even like solid gold isn't weatherproof. It can still be damaged and scratched and pitted and what have you. And it clearly isn't solid gold. Oh, I've just noticed we can see where the vehicle is on the compass up above. It's currently to the northwest west? West northwest, I think. Oh. So is that what those statues were that I saw earlier? Presumably. See, that looks like it could be at least gold-plated.
Golden gates? I wonder what's behind those. Has to be something special, right?
You know what would be special? An explanation.
Androids, computer, cat. Couldn't be clearer that there were androids here. That looks like a dome. This looks like building machines. Owls of Athena? Little owls? Very nice floral decoration. Well, that confirms it. This was built by androids at some point, and they have been around for at least several hundred years. You can see these are androids as well. This must have been a parallel android civilization, but I find it very, very hard to believe that this group of androids had nothing at all to do with the first group. As in, like, this was an independent project run by someone other than Alexandra Drennan. It seems extremely unlikely, especially since their physical form, as far as we can tell from the engraving, seems extremely similar, if not the same. Here's a theory. We know that as part of the Milton project, that they were sending in data from around the world to be archived. So they clearly had a global network of computers. I mean, the internet, right? Could they have sufficiently reinforced parts of that network to ensure that it would last for at least 1,000 years? Probably yes. I mean, I think the main difficulty with that problem is no one's ever tried it before. Like, I don't think there is any internet connection. I mean, like, the internet's been around for what, since the 90s? You know, it's maybe about just over 30 years old now. Like, of course, no one has actually tried laying like a fiber optic cable and making sure that it will definitely be safe for 1,000 years. So the main problem that presents is, how would you actually do it? How would you make sure that no environmental factors manage to damage the cable in 1,000 years and be confident about it, given that you can't test it? You just have to set it up once and hope it works. But here's what I'm thinking. When all that data got uploaded to the so-called gold disk, and they used that to generate new androids, and they uploaded the like randomized AI personas from the gold disk into the android bodies, could there have been multiple sites, and the people that woke up, the androids that woke up at the first site where they built New Jerusalem, maybe they didn't know that there were multiple sites? If I'm right, then around the same time the founder woke up, either another duplicate of the founder or just a different android entirely, you know, one that was randomized from the gold disk, may have woken up here, and this might be the remnants of their civilization. It would make sense, wouldn't it?
This seems different from the other structures. Older.
Have a look around, 1K.
Yeah, I'm trying to judge how old this actually is. Other than the fact that it's still standing and in relatively good repair, if a bit dilapidated, there's nothing here that suggests that it couldn't have been built by humans yet. That looked a bit complicated to still be working now after so much time. Some machinery that's working, that's a big deal. This could be a generator of some sort. Running what, I don't know. But I mean, if it was any sort of fuel source, it would have run out unless someone was refueling it. The only thing it could possibly be that, you know, might still be going after a long time without maintenance, and only if they built it specifically to be very long lasting, would be like a geothermal generator or something, but I don't think they'd look like that.
Looks like they were running some sort of experiment here.
Yes, with different coloured beams. I just realised I need to be careful here. I don't know that this place is safe. Yeah, I almost said before, this box is almost big enough to fit an android in. This one is almost our same height. Oh, and look, we can see one that's open, and it's empty. As if an android could have walked out. 4 points that are equidistant from a central point. Actually, I'm not sure they are equidistant, but they're close to equidistant. I don't know what that pattern represents. I don't think it's a topological display of the surrounding land, because it would suggest that there are 5 hills that are very symmetrically distributed and a bunch of like embankments, which doesn't really figure, if I'm reading that correctly. Right, here's a big... This is a big test. You can see that that wasn't meant for a human hand, it was meant for an android hand. Does it work with our hand? Yes, we're connecting. Right, then this was built for an android body like ours. That really narrows it down. So I would say at this point we can be confident that whoever built this, is possible that some of this was cannibalized from earlier structures, like they did with New Jerusalem. But the bulk of this stuff that we've seen here, this was built by androids like our player character. We can be pretty sure of that at this point, which means that either this is a splinter group from New Jerusalem, or possibly from the founder herself, or this was a parallel project that was using the same data. HAR1. Well, actually, the same data, do we know that? Maybe not. There could have been multiple Elohims that were all trying to evolve different AIs in different parts of the world, but using the same android bodies, since this interface is compatible with our android body. Still, we've narrowed this down a lot. A fragment from Stratton's On the Universe. Amintus, I grant you then that man is indeed like Talos and cannot escape his material nature despite the claims of metaphysics, as you have many times said. Oh, that was it. That was to do with the Talos principle, wasn't it? It was like if no matter... It was something to do with no matter how much a conscious being wants to live, if all their blood has been drained, then they won't be alive, or something like that, to prove materialism. Nicomancus, to many perhaps, Stratton. Repetition is the mother of teaching, at least when the students are hard-headed. Amintus. But what does this tell us about the nature of the universe, which is what we were discussing? Stratton. That is the next question we must undertake to answer. We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if a man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact? Footnote 4. The use of the term metaphysics in this context is likely an error introduced in the Trebizond manuscript. The fragmentary Heracleon manuscript controversially uses superstitions instead. Noema, Project 1. Trials 1 to 3. Version 0.01 successfully deployed. Input consistent. Oh, I've got to... This is all ASCII again. Okay, this isn't so bad. Do you remember in the first game we came across a bunch of ASCII and I ended up... In the end I wrote a script to... For a long time I was hand transcribing it, but in the end I ended up writing a script to let us much more quickly transliterate. Yeah, I found the script. Right, let me just bring this up for you. I'm gonna have to make sure. I don't think I've transferred Philby's capture over to the relevant scene in OBS yet. So let me do that quickly. There we go. Philby's there. Now I need to make sure that the correct terminal is being captured. Which is this one? Yep, looks like it. And now I can transition. Right, here we go. So let's run my little transliteration script. So we have 4865 61 7220 74 68 65 2076 6F 69 6365 206F 66 2074 68 65 20 42 61 72 64 2 1. There shouldn't be an O on the end. Have I made a mistake? Hold on. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55. Right, that's odd. Why did that not work? Oh, does this not work the way I thought it did? Was this meant for one character at a time? Let me check. It's fine. I do have a script that does it the way you would expect it to be done. Yeah, that was made for one character at a time. Hold on. Let me just find the right script. That was probably it. Right, let's go back. And I copied that. No? Okay, I'm confused. Hang on. Oh, that was expecting binary. Did I alter my script to... Oh! Right, I get it. That's annoying. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. So I forgot how this works. Even though I wrote it. What I was supposed to do is put a space after each pair. And that's what I'd forgotten about. That makes sense because that means that I could I'd have to check to be sure, but presumably I could represent characters in ASCII that are represent characters in hexadecimal which are in Unicode, not just ASCII, not just lower ASCII. Hear the voice of the bear. Okay, that's what the first bit says. Now, if you think this is slow... Oh, hang on. I just realised the way it's done the line wrap, it cut a character in half we were supposed to have begun 0, which is the end of one line, then A after that. Yeah, if you think this is slow, imagine how slow it was when I was doing the first game before I wrote the script. And I don't think I wrote the script till very close to the end. Who present, past, and future whose ears have why did that display that? Oh, have oh wait, hear the voice of the bear, whose present, past, and future sees, whose ears have. Okay. Wait, is this not... Oh, I'm so sorry. This should have been capturing. I mean, obviously I was reading out what I was saying, but... There we go. I don't know why that wasn't... I don't know why OBS stopped recording that. Anyway, you can see what I'm typing now. As interesting as that must be. Oh, I wonder if my script displayed that invalid character. Because I wonder if I put a space on the end of the line and that confused it. Made it think there was going to be another character coming, but then it got just an empty string. Heard something holy word that walked among the ancient. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure that's the bit that's between heard and holy word is actually correct. It depends upon how they are encoding it. So I'm just trying to find roughly where it was. Yeah, so they went I see. So I think my script is interpreting it as upper ASCII. No. My script is probably interpreting it as Unicode, whereas this may have been meant to be upper ASCII, which wouldn't necessarily give the same result. I'd have to check exactly how my script is written and what it's assuming about the encoding. But that's fine. I don't think we've missed anything important there. So where were we? 726565 7320. Trees. Version 0.02 testing failed. Power grid 2 unstable. There we go. Right, where were we? Schematic. That's what we were asked to find. HAR1. Yeah. So I'm sticking by my theory. This is either produced by a splinter group from New Jerusalem that left early, or it was produced by a splinter group created by the founder, or...
Thanks, 1K. Let's see what we've got here. The file format is the same one we use in New Jerusalem, although
right,
some parts aren't loading correctly.
So it's not the same.
Crashed. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. You know what? I'll hack together a solution for the transport system.
Here we go. Right, so it isn't quite the same format, but it's a very similar format. So the four possibilities that I see is this was a splinter group that came from New Jerusalem in the early days. This was a splinter group created by the founder when she left New Jerusalem. This was a different site of android bodies that got bootstrapped from the same golden disc. Or this was a separate Elohim project. So they had a different Elohim here that managed to evolve different AIs, but it was following the exact same procedure and had the same hardware as the Elohim project that led to New Jerusalem. That would be my guess. And given that they said the file format isn't exactly the same, I'm leaning more towards the latter two theories. I'm leaning more towards the founder wasn't responsible for this, because she probably would have brought the New Jerusalem file formats with her, just by virtue of the fact that those are the file formats she's familiar with, more than anything else. So that makes me think that it's more likely that this is either a different group of androids that were bootstrapped from the same gold disc, or this was this was also a project set up by the same Alexandra Drennan, but at a different site with different hardware and a different instance of Elohim. Evening, I got some Twinings Earl Grey tea. How do I make it? Do I just put in hot water like my green tea? Assuming you have tea bags, which I assume is what you've bought. Yes, you would boil some water, you would put the tea bag in the cup, you would then put the boiling water in the cup, you would then wait, it depends upon how strong you want it, but 3 to 5 minutes probably. Then you would remove the tea bag. Generally speaking, the sort of thing you would do is use, say, a teaspoon, and you might press the tea bag up against the edge of the cup to try and squeeze more of the water out, because that will be very concentrated flavour in that bit. But be careful you don't break the tea bag when you do that, because you don't want to end up with loose tea in your cup. And then you would remove it. The downside to using a teaspoon is, of course, that over time it will get discoloured by the tea. But I mean, it is also exactly what a teaspoon is made for. It's called a teaspoon for a reason. And then you would usually put in a little bit of milk. Until it ends up like not like black tea, but like tea you would the colour of tea you would usually expect a cup of tea to be. That's how you would usually do it, Tato. Also, it's lovely to see you. How are you today? What should be the average milk-water ratio? Right, so normally you would put the tea bag in, you would fill the water up like almost to the height that you would want to drink it from, and then you would put a little bit of milk in the top, and you would judge more by colour than anything else. Like the actual total amount of milk is very small, but you will find it has a very, very rapid effect on the colour of the tea. Like very little milk will cause it to lighten up very quickly. I'm a bit tired, walked along. I'm sorry to hear that. So I know that doesn't directly answer your question. You asked what the ratio is. Obviously I don't know the proper ratio off the top of my head, but it should give you a sense of how to prepare the tea. Like, as I say, it's like you make the drink without the milk, and then you just top it up with a little bit of milk till it's the right colour, which won't be very much. That tea will certainly wake you up a bit, I should think. Sorry to hear you're tired. Huh. Curious. Hang on, is that actually physical?
Am I in sleep mode, or did that thing just materialize out of thin air?
Melville, I want an analysis of that particle cloud.
On it.
I'm going over to have a look. If that's a hologram, then that's the sort of technology we've seen already. If that's not a hologram, then they've got some sort of transporter system, and like that is so much more complex again. Although I can see how if you had a transporter system, it wouldn't be hard to make very convincing holograms. Does Earl Grey have caffeine? Yes. All tea that is actually tea, not like herbal tea, tea has caffeine in. Even decaffeinated tea will have some caffeine in, because just like with coffee, you can't remove all the caffeine. Decaffeinated isn't uncaffeinated, it means they've removed as much caffeine as you can. Doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, okay, the materialization of whatever that is raises several issues. The first one is, might I suggest, it is not a coincidence that appeared there when we arrived, shortly after rather, we arrived at this site. Although we can't be 100% sure, the sheer probability of that having appeared there when we happen to be here, given that we have reason to believe these ruins are hundreds of years old, seems not accidental. So someone is already aware of our presence, it is reasonable to assume. Another obvious question is, what is its function? What is it doing there? I mean, my initial thoughts are maybe it's some sort of communications device, like a receiver or something, or a transmitter, but I don't know. I really don't know. Assuming it is real and not a hologram. Yeah. It would also explain how a potentially small number of individuals could have built a facility this large. Like, if they have technology like that, if they can just move matter around into complex machinery, like not just like a slab of granite, but like an actual complex piece of machinery, then something like this would be much easier to build. I assume this is what they mean by the station. Board the capsule. Why am I boarding the capsule and no one else? Because I was born today. I'm clearly the least experienced.
Go ahead and try the capsule, 1K.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm clearly the least experienced person here. And until Byron said that, he's group leader, no one had given me authority to walk into the capsule. Like, it would seem like if it weren't for that suggestion by the group leader just then, it would be quite the extreme indulgence for me to just assume, well, I may as well jump in. Oh well, that's what happened. Let's see what happens when we get in here.
I'm connecting the transport system to our interface. Hold on.
Okay. Grasslands Ring. An artificial ring-like structure on the wide lowlands east of our base camp. Megastructure. Our expedition base camp on a promontory overlooking the lake on which the megastructure is located. Have they established a base camp yet? Well, we can't seem to go anywhere else, so we may as well head there. I wonder if they'll ever connect up the... Can I not use it? I was going to say, I wonder if they'll ever connect up the New Jerusalem to this transport system, and if they can. What have we got here? Astronomical Temple. I wasn't entirely sure what to call it. It looks like a temple and sort of astronomy themed. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that. It doesn't seem to be active in any way, but I can't help but think that the design implies some kind of significance. Like it's hiding a secret, but again, maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. Did I miss that? I might have missed that structure. Ah, sorry, I was pressing the wrong button to go.
Where's the capsule taking 1K?
To that enclosed area in the eastern lowlands. I put all the information we have on the map screen. Check out your interface.
You've never seen this...
Sorry, my bad.
We'll catch up with you soon, 1K.
You've never seen this technology before. How are you so confident it's taking you where you think it is? And how do you know that the rails are all still in good working order? This is incredibly dangerous. You might have tried to send the capsule off unmanned initially and then retrieve it before you made assumptions.
This place is magnificent. Look at that tower. I wonder what it's for.
Yes, good question. And I see force fields like we had in the first game. But that was inside a simulation, whereas this seems to be in real life. I say real life, in the game world. Okay. So no one's cleaned the surface of this this glass recently, but I think it's safe to say that this has been cleaned in at least the last year. Like if this had been left, clearly detritus from the trees is falling on here, and if they had lost their leaves like multiple years and they had just been left on top of the glass to rot, it would be in much worse condition than it is. That looks like a year's worth of build-up at most. Oh, I also got some chamomile. Very nice. That will be soothing. Is that Twining's chamomile? I'm trying to work out what the... I'm not allowed on top of here for some reason. I'm trying to work out what the... What's beneath these glass roofs? Looks like lily ponds, which is unexpected. I mean, I don't know what I did expect, but it wasn't lily ponds. Look at this, it looks like two sheets of concrete with a sheet of some sort of metal in the middle. Probably copper, looking at it. That looks like a coppery colour, and that looks like a copper hydroxide, I think? Like if it had been exposed to water. But again, this would all have weathered... If this had been left here for any length of time, as in like multiple years, I think it would all be the copper hydroxide. Bluish green. But I mean, surely they like that. But like all over. But surely whoever lived here wouldn't bother to clean off the hydroxide. I mean, it would just form an inert layer on the surface, and then if this was transporting any sort of current or something, why it would be, I don't know, but I can't think why else they'd have used copper of all metals. It would still be able to do so. I mean, thick bits of copper like that, assuming that is all the way through, that could transport a lot of a very significant current at low resistance. Frogs. Very interesting. Huh. What? I'm not sure it's supposed to be doing that, to be honest. I think that might be a bug. I suspect the frog was only supposed to spawn in once, and for some reason it's become infinitely spawning. Water runoff, perhaps from the lily ponds. But here's the thing, if water's running down here continuously, then it's being... There's a continuous water supply. Like all the water that's ending up down here. Well, it raises two questions. Where is all the water that is coming down here going? Because why is the water level not rising? There would have to be drainage. Although I don't see drainage. And secondly, where is all this water coming from? There is a continuous supply of water here. Have they diverted a river? Or are they pumping it? And why? This whole area just looks to be here for aesthetic reasons. Oh, there is quite a lot of fog here, but I don't think... I mean, the rate at which the water is coming in, it's not all evaporating. What have I found here? Something significant inside. How are you getting on with the Earl Grey, if you've had a chance to try it yet? 2. An Arabic numeral 2. Yes, this is very much looking like the puzzles from the first game. More of those statues. I'm just thinking, if that's 2, where's 1? There may not be a 1, but, you know, you'd expect there to be. Is this blocking my progression? Yeah. This is solid. So they have force fields. I mean, they apparently have some sort of transporter system. So I guess it shouldn't surprise me that they have force fields. Maybe this is 1? Why do I not see a big 1? 1. There it is. Alright. Might be a trap, but I have no reason to suspect foul play. So let's head in. RGB shifting.
Is that a puzzle?
Why would there be a puzzle?
How is there a puzzle?
Find out. 1K, go ahead.
Right.
I have a reoccurring nightmare just like this.
Right. A few points. To start with, everyone there brushed over something very, very important. In the first game, yes, we solved puzzles like this. But in the first game, we were in a computer simulation. We are not in a computer simulation. So it's not anything goes that you can code. What is this technology? How did someone make a real-life force field? How did someone make real-life generators? How did someone make real-life receivers? I guess the pressure plate actually isn't that difficult to figure out. But the rest of it... I feel like that's a really important point that has been brushed over. Second thing, is the fact that we have never seen a green beam before. That is new. So look at that. Red and blue are combining and it's producing green. Again, we've never seen that before. This is completely new technology. RGB converter.
That device was not in the simulation.
No. Right, so if I just give you a red signal, you do nothing. That's worth knowing. Nothing. So is it you'll produce whichever one isn't sent to you? Yeah. I thought that's what it was doing, but I wanted to verify. Wrong one. There. There we go. That's what I meant to do. So, if I was experiencing this in real life, I would be concluding that this has been deliberately designed to help me understand their technology. That someone was assuming that individuals not familiar with their technology would be coming through and they would need an introduction.
Whoa, I'm reading an enormous energy spike.
It's another particle cloud.
Goodness. I'll be drinking it in a little while, fair enough.
It's headed for the lake.
Can I see it? Which lake?
I think the cloud's been absorbed by some sort of device.
Fascinating. Melville?
Yeah. I'll add it to the pile of weird stuff.
Hold on, I'm just updating my notes. So, Yakut, when I can find him, is a navigator. And Alcatraz, I believe it said was first officer. First officer. Noted. I noted that one earlier. I'm not sure if he spoke just then. But earlier on I made a mental note of it and meant to write it down but then forgot. Well, I think we've done what we can here. What does this do? Use Prometheus terminal. Restart puzzle. This fire has already been freed. Seek the light elsewhere. This fire has already been freed. Oh yeah, and it's got a fiery design around the terminal. Again, this is following the Greek, or this is following the themes of the Greek myth. Oh, it's flashing. It wasn't flashing before. It's just, and this one stopped entirely. It's if it's telling us where to go next. What was I thinking? It's following the themes of the Greek myth of Prometheus bringing fire to humans. I'm not sure what the reference to Pandora earlier would be about, though. She was the human female who opened the Pandora's box, which was a box that the gods gave her. They told her never to open it because it contained, or I don't think they told her why she should never open it, but it just so happened that it contained all the world's evils. And so she then, because she got too curious and felt like she had to open it, she ended up releasing all the world's evils well, upon the world. Right. What colour does it need to be? Red. So this one needs to be green. So I can get blue and green and make red. We never had these triangular structures in the first game. That actually makes a big difference. The way the RGB converters work, they actually are going to significantly change the shape of the networks we can produce. And therefore what is and is not possible. Where's our compass when you need it? There's supposed to be a compass that's displayed in game. We couldn't.
I've been playing around with this machine that absorbs the particle clouds. As far as I can tell, it uses the energy of the particles to build giant tetrominos?
Excuse me?
Oh, not again.
It's another puzzle. Collect enough energy, build a bridge, access the tower. I think.
What is this, a theme park?
Maybe it's an experiment. A rat maze.
It seems like an echo of the simulation. Not a deliberate recreation, but built around the same core principles.
I wouldn't assume it's not a
Let's not jump to
recreation.
conclusions, though. What's clear is that this place was meant to be explored. So let's do that.
This is one of those few occasions where I think they're actually not, where I think they're not stating their conclusion strongly enough. Usually it's the other way round. Usually I feel like they're jumping to conclusions, but in this case, no, I think someone has clearly gone to a huge amount of effort to recreate and then build upon the puzzles from the simulation. Also, how did you get through here? You weren't even, as far as I'm aware, you hadn't even used the transport system when I arrived here, and yet somehow you got through there before I did, even though this force field only lowered when I solved the puzzles.
1K, what's up?
Tell me about yourself.
I don't know if there's much to tell. I'm not that interesting. I'm just a member of the scavenging team. Well, senior member. Lead scavenger, I guess. There's not that many of us left, to be honest, and Garrus doesn't get along with the mayor. What else? I have a cat named Bruce. I like old music. I have a collection of antique bottles. I think that's it.
Bruce. Yakut's cat. Now, being part of the scavenging team, which apparently doesn't go out scavenging anymore, is actually very significant. And who was this other individual he talked about? What was it? Gratis? Something like that. Where are you? You're in my notes. You're cute. There you are. Lead scavenger. Interesting. Why did you become a scavenger?
I've always loved exploration. Seeing new places, that feeling that you're the first person to set foot somewhere after all this time. But you know, it's not even that. It's just seeing new things. The world is full of remarkable sights, and experiencing them changes you. It's not the same as just reading about it.
I agree. Discovering the world enriches our lives. I think true change only comes from introspection. Well, it depends what you mean by true change, but I kind of agree with both of those. I don't think enriching your life is the same as changing oneself. So I kind of agree with both. I agree that going out exploring, seeing new sights would enrich your life, but I also think that it won't change you very much without introspection. You can press Y to open the log in case you need to remember what somebody said. Oh, can I do that even when I'm... Oh, I can do that even in conversation. That's wonderful, thank you. Also, it's lovely to meet you, Daniels. I hope you're having a good day. Garrus, that was it. Garrus. Scavenger? Question mark? How do I say this in very, very few words? Mayor Sadface. That's probably the easiest way. For those that aren't familiar, I'm writing physical notes in front of me in a notepad with a pen. Splendid. Thanks for the stream. It's been good so far. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think I'll go with the top one, just because even though I agree with both of them, the top one seems more relevant to what he was saying. The bottom one, I think true change only comes through introspection, may be true, but it doesn't seem relevant to what he was talking about in terms of new experiences enriching our lives.
Exactly. Every time I go on another mission, I find something that surprises me, that extends my horizons in ways I couldn't have anticipated. The world is so much bigger than we are. It contains things that we can't even imagine, and if we limit ourselves to our own minds, we'll never grow.
I'm not sure that's true. I agree that exposure to new ideas is definitely going to be a very fast path to growth. But every idea someone needs to have thought of originally. Every thought has an origin, and that origin is going to be a human mind. So the idea that if we limit ourselves to our own minds, growth is impossible, I think is clearly wrong. It may be slower, but I don't think it's growth is impossible by any means. Tell me about Bruce.
He's 5 years old, half goofball, half psychopath, loves sticking his head into things, chews cables, pees on electrical stuff. Melville banned him from her workshop, but he loves visiting her and peeing on her equipment.
You do realise we are all as androids only water resistant, so I'm told. That would be an unfortunate way to go. Why'd you collect bottles?
I just find it fascinating that these fragile objects have survived for so long.
Fair point.
Plus, they're kind of pretty.
Do you want to solve some of these puzzles?
Oh no, please. No puzzles. I am so bad at puzzles. I barely got out of the booting process. Elohim thought I might be defective.
What would he have done if that was his conclusion? What's the farthest you've ever been from New Jerusalem?
It might be this. Although there was an expedition to a superconductor storage facility up north, incredibly well preserved, but the logistics were an absolute nightmare. Now that I think about it, there might be some of that in you.
Some of what in me? Superconductors? Superconductor storage facility up north. Noted. Have you ever seen anything like the megastructure in your travels? You messed up. Oh no, Tato, what happened?
Our ancestors built some pretty amazing things. Huge cities, factories, mines, monuments to their history, but nothing quite like this, no.
That's all. I checked. I bought the Prince of Wales tea instead of Earl Grey. Oh, goodness. I have no idea what Prince of Wales tea is like. You'll have to tell me. Hello, what is that glowing thing off in the distance? Let me check how to prepare it. I strongly suspect the preparation will be identical to the other teas. But, of course you are... Of course, feel free to check the instructions. Founding 1. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1. We finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. This narrows it down a lot more. So despite what I said earlier, the fact that they have data from the founders of New Jerusalem, this confirms that this wasn't a different branch of the androids. This wasn't a different facility with android bodies that woke up different androids from the same gold disk data, and it wasn't B, a different Elohim project where they set up a different supercomputer doing the same job. So that we now know with relative certainty that either this is something that the founder set up, or B, there was a splinter group that came out of New Jerusalem, or possibly it could be even before the founding of New Jerusalem. It could have been one of the original, I know they call them the founders, but it could have been one of the original androids that woke up, one of the original 12. And we do know that there were no signatures from Yema or Sarabai, and our best guess was that they were killed based on something that someone else said. But maybe they weren't killed. Do they have bodies? Could they have just set off on their own? To brew Twining's Prince of Wales tea, use 1 tea bag or teaspoon of loose tea per cup. Pour freshly boiled water over it and steep for 3 to 5 minutes. That's quite easy. Yep. I do strongly suspect that they are assuming you're going to add milk. You don't have to add milk to tea, but like, it would be unusual not to add milk to English teas. I mean, like coffee, some people like it black. Like, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with not doing it, I'm just talking about the way it would normally be consumed. We finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. We found the secondary supply site easily enough, thanks to Alexander Drennan's instructions. While I still have to compile a detailed inventory... Wait... Okay, secondary supply site. So Alexandra Drennan left them instructions to find supplies. That's interesting. It seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner, but then they probably expected all 12 of us to be there from day one, not just Athena. Interesting. Why would they have assumed that, and why wasn't that the case if that was their assumption? Tonight we have to use the 2 recharging pods that we bought from the dam in 4-hour shifts, which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. That's a very good point. They're not edible. But yes, I guess that's also true that they wouldn't necessarily realise that. If a wolf saw an android walking around, it may not necessarily realise that it can't eat it. Do I have a note? Do I have Hypatia already on my list of people? No. No. So she's presumably one of the founders. Whether she's one of the founders that is still in New Jerusalem, alive and well and known about, or if she is Or if she's one of the ones that was lost, I don't know. Prince of Wales tea, a blend of China black teas, offers a smooth, mild and well-rounded flavour, while Earl Grey is a black tea flavoured with bergamot oil, resulting in a citrusy and distinctive taste. They sound different. Yep, I think they are very different, by the sounds of it. Baby steps. From the introduction to Are We There Yet? Where We Came From, Where We're Going, and Why You'll Need Snacks by Valerie Contero Romero. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea. Maybe we should stick to living like caveman. And I get it. It is ugly and messy. But the mistake is thinking that where we are right now is the end point. That this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly, admit it, we all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. They have soft heads, and they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains, and then they become teenagers, pimpy, self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. And then, slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we're barely just come into existence. We've gotten through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that could still become, that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it into pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now doesn't mean it's never going to change. Dead City. From Consideration of Beginnings and Endings by Elwyn 258. That is notable. They already had they have access to the data at New Jerusalem at a point after which at least 258 androids had been awoken. That place is the construction. Well, they could have constructed this place before the point at which they had access to this data. But that implies, if that's the case, that implies one of several very interesting things. Either they have a data link to New Jerusalem and can access their databases, or someone's been going back and forth between here and there, and in either case, the general populace isn't aware of it. Which would suggest that this place has been kept secret. By whom and why, I don't know. The only other alternative is this place was built after Elwyn published their, I assume this is a book, and they're Android 258. So they were more than a quarter of the way to meeting the goal before this place was created, if that's the case. I think all that time that Athena spent in the Dead City changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naively optimistic ideas of Alexandra Drennan. But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. It's the sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed, many to the point of extinction. Entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrived somewhere, death would follow. And then the great blowback, the death of billions of thinking beings, extinction of humanity itself. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spent a great deal of time doing just that. That's when she must have realised that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilization of the past. Right. Why does it say location Vala X2? Still, that's very, very interesting. So the goal had been conceived by the point that Elwyn was writing this. Of course, Elwyn could have written this yesterday, but still, one has to wonder if sorry, I called them the founders earlier, didn't I, when I meant the companions, the 12 of them. The founder, of which there is only one. I wonder if she did actually conceive of the goal herself, and fairly early on in the history of New Jerusalem. Okay. Beautiful place, isn't it? Oops. That looks like they were made out of copper, and they've started to form copper hydroxide. Castling. What, as in chess? Interesting. Between the green and the red, I can make blue, which gets me in here. But then to make red, I'm going to need green and blue. Which presents a problem because the green's over there, but I can't have it crossing the red beam. But I don't need the blue to arrive there. So I can do... Oh, hang on. I did that wrong. Oh. Something like that? Yes. Figured it out.
Keep solving these, 1K. Let's see where it leads.
Okie doke, will do. Didn't quite mean to fall down like that, but never mind. Oh, the compass is back.
I ran the samples I collected so far. The soil sample results are in line with what would be expected in this type of environment. The samples from the above-ground structures, though, I tried dating them, but the results just don't make sense. None of the typical molecular markers are present. These walls could have been made 10,000 years ago or yesterday. I could try to estimate an age based on erosion and plant growth, but I'm not sure that would make sense given how weird everything else is.
Good work, Yakut. Keep at it.
Melville, you made it here.
Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
Founders Pistons. You want my autobiography now?
Yep.
Fine. I'm one of New Jerusalem's chief engineers. I'm in charge of city maintenance and power management. I'm old as dirt, although not quite as old as that fossil Byron. In short, old, grumpy, keep stuff running.
She chose that voice bank as well. I wonder if she went with that from the beginning or if she adjusted it over time, because it sounds like an older female voice. Do you have any hobbies?
Hobbies? You think I have time for hobbies? That's cute. If I had time for hobbies, all of you would be dead.
Really? Nothing?
What do you want me to say? I like bubble baths, candy, and the concept of Tuesdays. Cities don't maintain themselves. If you don't put real effort into keeping stuff running, it all falls apart in just a few decades.
That's fair.
Civilization is always on the brink of collapse unless we do something about it. And I do.
I hear you're a big fan of Yakut's cat.
Listen, one day that furry little demon is gonna pee on the wrong cable, and all of New Jerusalem will just turn off. Forget about the megastructure. He's the biggest threat to our security.
Goodness. What's your evaluation of the megastructure?
It's big. It's too big. And it's got a lot of energy running through it.
Which
Frankly,
I bet you'd like.
I think we should be pooping our robot pants. See, that's what I mean about the language libraries. Pooping our pants. Really?
Any progress on the particle clouds?
Yes, but I'm not liking the results.
It's interesting that they have introspection about the language libraries. They're not only able to say the things, they're not only able to use the language library to translate what they're thinking into words, but they're then able to look at those words, presumably individually, and think about what the literal meaning would be. What are the results?
Confusing, irritating, infuriating. Take your pick.
That's all? Well, here's number 4. Alternative option. Okay. What have we got here? A fan. This is our first fan. That isn't in a simulation, I mean. A switch. I mean, it'd be rude not to. Turns the fan on. Okay. Looks like this is a fairly simple puzzle. What colour do I need? Green. So just connect up. Blue and red. That's slightly annoying, the way I have to do this. Like, the solution's obvious. It's just actually implementing it. Yeah, how am I... It won't let me select a beam. It won't let me select a generator through the glass. And I doubt I can hit the switch in time to... No, I can't jump on there. Huh, how do I do it then? I can see what the end state is. I can't see how I actually connect everything up. That's what's confusing me. What was the name of this one? Alternative option. Short of there being... Oh, maybe. I was going to say, short of there being another one of these RGB converters elsewhere. Right, I get it. Am I not allowed to connect? It looks like I'm not allowed to connect this up while I'm jumping. Which is a pity. How do I do it then? Oh, it will hold me in the air stably. I didn't realise it would do that. I thought from the first game you couldn't do that. But apparently I am mistaken. Alright, well then it's pretty obvious how we do this. Only slightly clever thing, I'm not sure if it's even very clever, thing to be careful of is make sure you pick this up in such a way that you keep the connections. I'm back with tea. Welcome back. And now this should just work. There we go. Wonderful. Just added water and half a spoon of sugar.
Good. Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
It's absolutely your choice. I'll just say one more time that in Britain it is uncommon to have your tea black, I believe. Usually you would have some milk, but it's up to you. If that's how you prefer your tea, then that's how you prefer your tea.
Tell me, what did you make of New Jerusalem?
It's bigger than I thought it would be, that's true. It's lovely. It feels like a museum. It's beautiful but decaying. It's falling apart, man. It's fantastic, self-contained, self-sufficient. Everything is so harmonious, does that say? I can't find anywhere about adding milk to Prince of Wales. Fair enough. It's beautiful but decaying.
You're right. You're absolutely right. We had such ambitions in the beginning. But now it's all turned inwards. We've lost faith in ourselves, in our humanity. All we need to do now is finish that dome, and we'll be trapped in our perfectly neat little tomb.
I want to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
It does say about Earl Grey, but Prince of Wales, it says just hot water. Interesting. I find that surprising. Prince of Wales tea. So I found two pictures of I've seen lots of pictures of the tea itself in the packet. I've seen two cups. One's got milk, one doesn't. Now I've seen some more cups. They all don't. Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe Prince of Wales tea conventionally isn't drunk with milk. I'm surprised. But no. Okay, fair enough. Tell me about yourself.
I'm someone who was born a long time ago, when we couldn't afford to romanticize the past and demonize progress, when the value of human civilization was evident because it was so close to being gone. I'm someone who believes that human beings are important, terribly, desperately important, because intelligent life is rare and precious. I suppose you could say I'm old-fashioned.
I should point out, I've said this before, but just again for anyone that hasn't been, able to follow throughout. When he's talking about humans, they use humans both to refer to biological humans that have died out and to themselves. They consider themselves to be the direct descendants of humans, of Homo sapiens. So they use human to refer to both. I do like drinking kawa, even though it was salty and had spices. I've never had kawa tea. Interesting. What's the role of puzzles in our culture?
When Alexandra Drennan was trying to find a way of creating true AI, she stumbled upon the idea that curiosity and playfulness are core characteristics of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So she built the simulation around a game, because playing is part of what makes us human.
Mm-hmm.
We also retain some of that code, as I'm sure you noticed when you were booting up. Because of that, puzzles have always been important to our culture. To me, they represent the idea that the application of reason can lead us forward. None of which explains why these puzzles are here or who built them, but I think it shows that there must be some kind of intent behind them, perhaps a test.
There's definitely intent. Someone went to a lot of effort to produce these puzzles, and I've no idea why. What do you think? What do you think about the megastructure?
It's a mystery. Not just because it's technologically far ahead of us, but because we genuinely don't understand its purpose. I think that's wonderful. It's just what we needed as a civilization.
Coincidental that, isn't it? I can't help but wonder if the founder and some of her companions slipped off at some point and decided that the pursuit of the girl wasn't such a great idea and pushed really, really hard for technological progress, and this is where you could have been, probably much further actually, because you have a lot more individuals, one would assume, where you could have been had you actually kept pushing your technological limits. You and Alcatraz seem to have an odd friendship.
Because we disagree on just about everything, you mean? Well, here's the secret. Al is honest. He believes what he believes because it seems right to him, not because it gives him power over others. I respect that. In fact, I prefer that to someone who agrees with me just because I'm one of the first companions.
That's all. I like Byron. I like him a lot. This way to 5. Why is it pointing to a gate up here? Controversial question, but what do you think of Assassin's Creed Shadows? I have heard people... I've heard that name before.
Another set of golden gates. These must be connected to the ones near the megastructure.
Presumably.
There was a harder set of puzzles in the simulation, right? And maybe they're like that. I know 1K is probably like, yay, harder puzzles! But to me, that sounds like error code 704. No thanks.
Which we've heard is like pain. But yeah, error code 704 being like pain we read earlier. Yeah, harder puzzles, I see. I look forward to it. What was I thinking? Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yep, I've heard people mention the game, not played it, not particularly familiar, don't know if it's... I mean, you bring it up now, I don't know if it's only just been released or if it's a game that's several years old. No idea. Oh, having a black protagonist. I don't know enough about the Assassin's Creed universe to comment. I personally think it's silly when people take old stories and apparently there is a name for this, I've forgotten what the name is, but when people just change the race of a character apparently for very superficial reasons, particularly when it messes with a story, because it puts someone, say, in a historical context where they'd never have been. But, and to be clear, in those sort of cases, I would far prefer that they just come up with an original story instead. And then have the main character being whatever race they so prefer. But I know nothing about the Assassin's Creed series. I've never played an Assassin's Creed game. You say it's controversial. I'm assuming that's the reason why it's controversial. I could be wrong. I'm making some guesswork here. I have no idea how appropriate or inappropriate that choice would have been. It's not a race swap. Isuke, protagonist, is a real person. I see. It's just released. I have no idea then. I don't know what the controversy is about. Trevor. Trevor Percival Donovan, known to his friends simply as Trev, never as Percy. was part of the Extended Lifespan project that formed the backbone of the simulation and the archive, helped put together the hardware that made all of us possible. Like Alexandra Drennan, he left behind a series of messages to the future. But unlike Alexandra Drennan or Arkady Chevesky, he was forgotten. Not one building or street in New Jerusalem is named after him. I dug up his files from the archive and I've been thinking about them a lot. That Author 5358, hang on. That is a much larger number than any of the androids we know about. Does that mean the name's been lost and that's some sort of error code or something, or some corrupted data? Or are there a lot more androids than we know about? Also, what was I thinking? That is almost exactly the point I was making earlier. Very, very notable that that's been picked up upon. New interface content available.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules for you out there, I guess? Robot people of the future, hi. And I thought to myself, surely they'll want to hear more than the wisdom and insight of a brilliant scientist like Alexandra Drennan. Surely they also want to know what I was thinking. A dumbass hardware engineer from Staten Island. Tell us about your insights, Trevor. Why did you spend your last months on Earth helping a crazy old Russian guy build the world's biggest backup drive? Well, let me tell you my story. When I was... Yes, Frank. I'm recording right now. Uh-huh. No. You know what? Why don't you go...
Blimey. I guess we'll never find out what he thought. I personally wouldn't support it, even though it is somewhat historically accurate. Just imagine, you're a Japanese teen, an Assassin's Creed fan, you hear that they are making a game set in your culture only to find out the main character is not even Japanese. I'd be mad. Yeah, there was one black samurai that I'm aware of who actually historically existed, and they were very notable for the fact that they did exist. I mean, to me, I think it would matter most about how oh, this is a straightforward connector, not even a an RGB converter. What was I thinking? I think it matters most. It would matter most to me how faithful they are to the history. Pajama, interesting. Very interesting. Like, as long as they are culturally respectful and they do actually do their research, and that would mean not just researching the Japanese culture at the time, but also the culture of the protagonist, and think about things like how those cultures would interact. In principle, I don't see anything wrong with it. Although I agree, at face value, they're was there any point in what I just did? I'm not sure there was. Oh, I think I get it. At face value, one does have to wonder what their motivations actually were. I don't have the angle there. That's going to be difficult. Ah, is that why I need the jammer? I think so. Incidentally, who's complaining about this? Is it generally a controversy in Japan? Not that it makes much difference to me, I'm just curious. It's a global concern, I think. Interesting. Incoming group call.
I have good news and I have bad news. Still no idea what those particle clouds are, but I've managed to fix the transport system. I mean, I fixed another bit of it. Well, it goes to one more station now. Don't complain. 2 stations are better than none.
Shouldn't there be 3? Or can we not go back to where we started? I wonder what's waiting for us there. What was the problem? An impressive success rate. What was the problem?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was sabotage. The whole system is a mess.
Let's not make any assumptions. Yakut, what does the next site look like?
It's a plateau in the mountains. Seems like more of an open area with scattered structures, less enclosed. Couldn't tell much from the drone feed. There's a lot of trees. Looks pretty though.
Okay. Keep exploring, everyone, but stay alert.
Oh, there's Bruce in the profile picture. Also, so they have a well-defined idea of beauty then, although I think we already knew that from their art. This sea is making me EP. I'm glad to hear it. Slightly surprised, since I'm sure it's caffeinated, but glad to hear it. After all, you said you were tired, so... Hello? Byron? What was I thinking? So, hopefully you'll get some nice rest. Are you sure it's the tea that's making you EP, or could it be my stream? Interesting. What is that? It's like a giant statue of a flower. Oh, I wonder if that is what it is. I wonder if that middle bit's functional. I wonder if this is actually a functional structure or just art. Well, onwards to 6. Alternatives. Okay. I can make green, but that doesn't help much. Quick question. If I feed the same colour into it from a different source, what do I get? Oh, it won't even let me. That's fair enough. But that's a new rule we've discovered. We didn't know that before. Don't know if that's going to turn out to be useful or not, but we didn't know that before. This is silly, but I assume this will do nothing. Yeah. That's what I assumed, but it was worth verifying. I have to head out. Thanks for the stream. Catch you another time. Enjoy the game. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll probably be wrapping up in the not too distant future. I don't think you'll miss much. I'll probably finish once I've completed the 8 puzzles that are in this area. That's my current thinking anyway. Hang on. Is there a source that's like overhead? That's a trick they pulled in the first game. Not that I can see. There's not like another way in here, is there? Because there are a fair few items that could be picked up in the middle there. There's not like a back entrance, is there? Or a side entrance? Not that I can see. Sounds good. Till next time, everyone. See ya. Pleasure to meet you. So just to clarify for those that aren't familiar with these puzzles, this is an RGB converter and so is this. I don't know how they came up with this idea, but basically I feed in 2 colours, one of red, green and blue, and whichever colour I didn't feed in is its output. I've got a red generator here and a blue generator here, and I need to power a red receiver. Well, I don't see how that's possible because I've already established that it doesn't work to pass in just one colour. I can't use it as just a connector. There is such a thing as a connector in this game, but it's a different... Oh, I get it. I'm being an idiot. Sorry. I am being very silly. Of course, I make green and then I combine it with blue and that gives me red. I don't know why that took me so long. I'm sorry. Just general stupidity. But now I need to produce blue and red. Well, blue should be easy. And from there I think I can get red not too difficult in not too difficult a fashion. There we go, that's what I meant to do. There we go. I don't know why that took me so long. It hasn't escaped my notice that the thing that keeps appearing seems to be the tower that's in the middle of the area that we're currently in. Like they have lots of little statues of it. There we go. I've got to say, I do like the little triangle. The way that these new RGB converters lead to the area being triangulated, which wasn't a feature in the first game. That's the one I'm talking about. The central tower. I still rather feel like I'm being led around though. Like whoever built this place is very much controlling my actions. And I don't know why. I don't know what their motivations are. I mean, they haven't done us any harm yet, but self-sufficiency. Okie doke. Perhaps they never will do us any harm. We'll just have to see. Ah, okay. So I can use that fan part to get the connector out. And presumably I can do that on the other side as well. Ah, that's an RGB converter. But that's still good to know. So presumably this is an or. I can either have the pressure plate pressed down, or I can provide power like so. I can provide a green beam like so. That appears to be the case. The red's going to power the fan. Presumably I need to be on the fan then to complete this. Ah, yeah, I think I'm supposed to get to a central area. No? Ah, I'm supposed to get on top there. Right, so the whole question is, how do I get a red beam over there? Well, that's going to have to... I've only got a green generator and a blue generator, so it stands to reason that I'm going to have to use the RGB converter on both. Alright. I probably want this high up then, so I can see it from far away. Can I bootstrap this with my body? I can. Now that the connector's on the outside. Yeah, it looks like this is going to work. And if I'm not mistaken, I can bootstrap all this with my body as well. There we go. And it's all self-sufficient, hence the name of this particular puzzle. And I just jump on here, whee, and we're done. That's interesting. I just noticed the top of the tower there, there's a gap.
What did you just upload?
A photo?
I mean, technically you're right, but...
Is that? I can't tell what that is.
How did you even manage? You're literally taking a picture with your eyes, Melville. I don't even know how to make my eyes go out of focus.
Clearly you've never listened to one of Herman's speeches.
Some of us are busy doing actual science, not just sightseeing. Thank you.
What did she upload? Oh, there's loads of new stuff here I haven't been reading. Bridge ring. Not sure what to call this. Bridge ring? Bridge machine? Anyway, it's a device that takes particle clouds released by the puzzles and turns them into bridges made out of tetrominos. Correctly assembling a bridge out of 8 particle clouds is required to reach the tower, so clearly another layer of puzzles. The simulation had tetromino puzzles too, although in a different form. Could their presence here be symbolic? I don't have a clue. Puzzles. It seems that each of the structures on the island, with the exception of the megastructure itself, is surrounded by a cluster of puzzles resembling those found in the simulation and in our booting sequence. Completing a puzzle releases a particle cloud, which then autonomously flies into the device that assembles tetrominos. The puzzles even come with titles, hijacking the vestigial code designed to display puzzle names in the simulation. It's unclear whether this represents a potential security issue, but the matter should be given consideration. So they can force the androids to see any text that they like when they like. When I played this, especially in this area... Oh, hang on. I'm still blown away with how pretty this game is. As am I. It's very nice, isn't it? When I played this, especially in this area, I just looked around for a while without playing the actual game. I do feel the... I do feel the... same urge as you have, but I'm also a streamer and I have to I have to balance things, is what I'm getting at. Oh my goodness, thank you, Tato. How many facts are we up to? 8 facts. Right. 9 facts. 10 facts. 11 facts. 12 facts. For those that can't see Twitch chat, Tato is redeeming a lot of read me some facts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. Oh, I played it on stream too. chased foxes around here, giggling like an 8-year-old for like 30 minutes before I got into the puzzles here. Fair enough, I didn't know there were foxes. I've seen the frogs. Oh dear. Tower, there is an ambition expressed by this building, a sense of purpose that I find really admirable. It's big, but it's also intricate, detailed. That feels like a statement. We should explore the building as soon as possible. Also, it's lovely to see you, Nausea. I should have obviously properly said hello earlier. You'll see the foxes eventually. Gold puzzles. Looks like there's an additional set of puzzles protected by golden gates that can't be accessed yet. Assuming there is some kind of logical pattern to all this, these gates will probably open up once the correct conditions are met. Does that mean solving all the other puzzles, or maybe something else as well? Hard to know at this point, so perhaps something we should prioritise much later. I'm definitely going to try and do all the Golden Gate puzzles, so we'll just have to see about that. I remember that the base game had the same thing, didn't it? It had like a special golden puzzle at the end, or in like each area. Interesting, uploaded for personal reference. The only thing that's in focus is her chest. I'll give you one fact to save you. Migratory birds can literally see the Earth's magnetic field as a bright haze over the horizon, and it's part of how they navigate. That is very interesting. Very glad you're playing this. Very glad to be playing it. I hope I'm not. I hope I'm being at least a little bit interesting. I'm not being too boring. That's all the facts. Okay, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Definitely recommend the DLC as well. I'll have to check if I've got the DLC. I'll definitely want to play it. Right, 8. I know when I played the first game, I ended up doing a bunch of fan levels as well. 8 this way. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do about those 32 facts potatoes added, because originally I bought a an encyclopedia to read pages from, and like each read me a fact would be 1 page. But I don't think you want to sit here while I read you 32 pages. I certainly intend to honour Potatoes Redeems, but I haven't figured out how I'm going to do so in a fashion which well, is both honourable but also not excessively boring. Definitely recommend the DLC. It's meant to be played after the main game, so no rush. Oh, the fan levels are lovely. Fan levels in the first game, or do they have fan levels for the second game already? They probably do. I enjoyed the fan levels in the first game, but I remember some of them were really, really, really hard. What have we got here? We've got a couple of green receivers. Right, I can go in here. I can grab this. More green. Fan? The fan's not working. Does it need multiple power sources? Yes. And we've got a blue producer in here. Do we have a blue receiver at all? That would be nice to know. I wonder what that is. At first I thought it was a ladder, but I don't think it is. Just decoration, I think. Interesting symbol. Looks a bit like an abstract representation of a android's face, doesn't it? Oh, there are no foxes here. You'll see them later. Okay. The foxes aren't important, so no spoilers. They're just cute. Second fact, cats in the wild scale their communities to the available resources. If they're in an abundant place like a caring home, female cats will naturally co-mother and nurse each other's kittens. I'm not entirely surprised, but that's still interesting. That's consistent with what I've seen of cat behaviour, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. But as I say, still interesting. Right, I've been thinking about it. What I'll probably do then with Tato's Redeems is I'll create a tally, and I will remember that I'm supposed to get to 32, and I will probably read off. I'll sprinkle in facts in my upcoming streams. I suppose I should probably wait till I know Tato's around as well. That's probably the fairest way to do it, thinking about it. Right, can I get a blue signal here? Yes. Facts only stream? I could at this point. Okay, so I can open this one using the tools at my disposal. And that's given me a box. Nothing else by the looks of it. But the box means that I can keep something held down without having to use a connector. Which I think is probably for here. I probably keep this open and then can get the green round the corner. Or can I? No. I must have it the wrong way round. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Must be for over here then. Oh, but look at that angle. Huh, okay. Definitely keeps the bird magnet fact on deck. That one is always a crowd pleaser. Thank you for the suggestion. I swear I saw like a red beam there for a second. Perhaps it was just an... Yeah. Ah. I think that's this red beam reflecting off of it. That's interesting. Huh. Not sure it's supposed to do that actually when you look at the angles involved, but still. What was I thinking? So I'm trying to get a green beam here. That's how I solve this. It's clear I'm going to need some sort of connector here. Hang on, there was a fan. That's right, there was a fan. That's the thing I was missing. It's going to make this soluble. Now I should be able... Wait, no, wrong one. I need this the other way around. Right, when I feed this red, it will become green, and the fan should start. I still haven't completely solved this yet, though. Oh, I think I get it. Hang on. Yeah, I think I get it now. That goes there, that goes there. This one also needs to make a connection over here directly. And we do feed it the red using the connector, but that's only to bootstrap it. Once it's started, it should become self-sufficient. And then we'll have a connector that's free, and there we go. We have a connector that's free and a source of green. Well, hey! We did it! Getting dragged away on a work call. Good luck. No worries.
Try accessing the tower, 1K.
It was lovely to speak to you. I hope you have a great rest of your day if you're still here just about. Alright, still not clear how I get into the gold door, but the gold door's not... Yes, the gold door, but the gold door's not flashing right now. Oh, this is very beautiful, isn't it? I love the fog on the water. Or mist, rather. I think that's mist, not fog. Oh, I clearly went the wrong way. This way. I don't have a very good three-dimensional or even two-dimensional picture in my head of the layout of this place as yet. Like, I've been walking around it for the last hour or so. If it weren't for the directions that I'm getting given, I would not be able to navigate. I say I wouldn't be able to navigate. I'd muddle my way through, but it would take me a lot longer to find places. Here we go. Alright, what's this Tetrominoes puzzle gonna be? Rotate. Oh, place, rotate. Oh! I get it. Whoops. Interesting. And look, they have colours on them. They have green and they have red. I think that's telling me the source and the destination. Right, I think I have to span the gap in front of me using just the pieces I've been given. If I've understood correctly. Sorry, I forgot how to place it for a second. The controls are new to me. There we go. Right, the controls I'm struggling with a bit for some reason.
This is relevant, but St. Edwald believed that Tetrominoes represented the name of God and God's ability to reshape the world.
True, but he was also mad as a hatter.
One man's madness is another man's genius.
What was I thinking? I'm struggling with the controls a bit, but I understood the solution to the puzzle in my head. Right, same thing again then. I think there's multiple solutions here. I think the game's actually going to be relatively lenient as to how we place these blocks. There we go. What was that noise? I notice this area seems to be labelled E1 in the top left. Nope, didn't mean to do that. There we go, that's what I meant to do. Oh, I think I still did it wrong. That's rotate. That's place. Got it. Nope, I've made a mistake. Oh, I think I see. There we go. This'll do it. Sorry, that took me a while.
I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
Those are actually the only ones I was good at. What? I'm just saying.
Blimey, what have we found here? Just admiring the beauty of this game. I mean, I know they've just basically made the same model and then stacked it on top of itself multiple times to get to a given height, but they have done a very good job of creating a sense of awe and majesty, haven't they? What is this? Is this where the particle beams were coming from?
Anti-gravity?
I'm not sure.
How can you tell just by looking at it? Oh yeah, it could be. It could be anything. It could disintegrate me. You don't have anti-gravity technology so far as I'm aware. How could you just at a glance figure out what that is and whether it's safe for me to stick my body in it? Oh well, I think it's clear what the game wants me to do. Blimey. Pandora?
In the beginning,
the
gods shaped humankind out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath. But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
It's a riddle. What are you talking about? The creators, because they came from nature. The created, because they came from art, not chaos. They're the same, for they share the same breath. Or neither, they cannot be compared. Or neither, because perfection is impossible. But she didn't say which one's perfect, she said which one's closer to perfect. Oh, no worries, Tato. Oh, so does that mean you don't want me to read any facts? I was going to read the first fact just after I'd finished this section as I wrap up. But we could leave it till next time. I've made a note, 32 facts. Well, I'll get my fact next stream then. Okie doke. I'm going to say they're the same for they share the same breath and just hope I'm right.
Different words may be spoken with the same breath. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals.
That he did.
Was his theft justified?
Yes, because knowledge belongs to all. Yes, because parents should not leave their children helpless. No, fire was not for humankind to have. No, because knowledge must be earned, not given. Zeus did not create fire. It was not his to own in the first place. Well, he would have a rather different view of the matter. Also, ownership of knowledge. Does it make sense to say knowledge belongs to all? Even if one is of the belief that is what is best for all intelligent life, that's not the... something being good or best is not the same as it being justified or being having some claim over something. So even if it would be better for everyone to have access to knowledge, that presupposes that knowledge is something that one can be entitled to. No, fire was not for humankind to have. I really don't know what answer she's looking for here, but I'm going to go with yes, because parents should not leave their children helpless. Although, no, because knowledge must be earned, not given, isn't bad. Yes, because parents should not leave their children helpless.
Children must learn to help themselves. Angered by the betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora.
That he did.
He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
Hope may still be found if we're willing to look for it. Zeus intended for humankind to have hope. It should have been released. Hope is itself an evil, like sorrow and suffering. We are lucky it did not escape. Technically, that's not a bad... Yeah, there's... I'm not sure I agree, but... Given that it was supposed to be a box containing evils of the world, there's a point there. Zeus intended for humankind not to have hope, so it remained trapped. We suffered, but we did not anticipate it. This is a blessing, as Zeus intended it. I'm going with that one.
Ignorance cannot be bliss while suffering persists. Creature of clay, you stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
I don't think I did particularly well there. I'm not sure I got any of those right. Then again, I don't know if it's possible to get them wrong. Possible should have accepted any answer. I did my best trying to think what answer I thought she'd want to hear.
The beam 1K activated is connecting to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
Activate the tower at the grasslands ring.
About what just happened. Thoughts?
I'd say there are two distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem. Presumably the same technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking. Was this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
I think it was sentient. It seemed to react to what I was saying. To an extent, hard to be sure. I'm not sure. The interactions wasn't long enough. I don't think so. I think it's some kind of security system. Also, just because it can respond to me doesn't mean that it's intelligent, like this game. Like, this game is responding to my decisions, but it doesn't mean that it's intelligent. And I don't think speech recognition... I suppose to act... to pass arbitrary phrases, that there is a question here. Did it actually, in the game world, was it supposed to have actually understood what I said and responded accordingly, or did it just have a preset response? I think it probably is supposed to be intelligent. I think it probably was at the very least supposed to be intelligent to the extent that ChatGPT is. I think it was supposed to be able to pass what I was saying and give an appropriate response. I'm not sure I'd say it was sentient though. I think that's a different matter entirely. Why have they shifted the question from is it intelligent to is it sentient? Because those are two very different things. I'm not sure. The interaction wasn't long enough.
Let's skip that issue for now. What really matters here is what it was trying to achieve by asking those questions.
It seems sort of threatening, to be honest. It was testing me. No idea. I think it was being cryptic to annoy me. I have no idea. It was testing me.
Testing you to What? See if you're worthy?
That's an interesting thought. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
I forgot how South African Byron is. South African in what sense? Come on now, live a little. We shouldn't. We should be careful. We don't know what these apparitions. We don't know that these apparitions are benign. We're all doomed. Say nothing. I think. I think. We should be careful. We don't know that these apparitions are benign. Is correct. Be cautious. I think caution is the order of the day. We're probably fine, because if they did intend to do us harm, you'd have thought they'd have done it already. But we don't know what their intent is. Oh, his accent, I see. We should be careful. We don't know that these apparitions are benign.
I don't disagree, but I still think we should proceed. 1K, keep solving puzzles. The rest of you, as you were.
That's really interesting. I'm not brilliant with accents, but I didn't pick up on that. To my ear, he doesn't have a tremendously strong accent, which would imply that his accent must be reasonably close to accents I've heard quite a lot before. Hey Pikachu, lovely to see you. I'm bad with faces. My brain compensated by being good with voices. I see. I'm bad at both. How are you, Pikachu? We've just had a conversation with the Sphinx, and I'm not sure it entirely went well. And then we had a in-game, between the game characters, there was a discussion about whether the Sphinx was sentient or not. And the best I could say is, I don't know. It is bidirectional, so the so-called anti-gravity beam is acting as a gravity beam and pulling us towards the Earth. A South African accent is sort of like where Dutch and Australian meet in the middle. Weirdly, that does sort of make sense. I'm not sure I would be able to identify it, but that does make sense. Here we are, back in the world. I was going to wrap up now, but since Pikachu's just arrived, maybe I'll see if I can do one more puzzle. Have a look into that golden door. The strategy to recognising it personally for me is my immediate thought is, what the heck is this accent? It's probably South African. Don't let me keep you if you need to sign off. No, that's okay. I don't mind at all. If I minded, I wouldn't have suggested it. Oh, has Tato told you what he did? So I have a read me a fact redeem, which is where I read a page of an encyclopedia. He decided to redeem it 32 times, and now he's said his goodbyes and left.
I think we're done here for now. Let's head over to the next site.
What do you mean you think we're done here for now? What about the golden door, whose location I've lost track of? I have to get on with work call again, so glad you're playing this. No worries. Like I say, I'll be wrapping up soon, so you won't miss much. And as I said before, it is a pleasure to see you. Oh yeah, we've got the infinitely spawning frog. I don't know what to tell you. It just is. Oh, it's despawning when it hits the water, isn't it? I'm not sure it's supposed to do that. Oh, hang on. The golden door is going to be through this gate, isn't it? I've gone back too far because we only had access to 2 of the puzzles before then. Right, here we go. Yeah, and it's directing me to the golden gate, but the golden gate isn't flashing, which suggests I don't currently have... it's not currently possible to open it. That's weird. Why is there fire there? Or what I assume is fire. Does that indicate that I've completed this puzzle? Do they all have fire out the front? Old Tato. Well, what I said is I've put I'll read him. I'll probably sprinkle in a few facts in my upcoming streams, and I'll keep a tally to make sure that I do actually read 32 pages. Sorry for the delay in responding. I'm getting cooked by some eggs. That is an interesting sentence. Well, here's the golden door. Maybe I won't be able to get in here. I don't know what the conditions are. I mean, in the previous game, the only condition was to complete every puzzle, wasn't it? Is this a puzzle we've already done, or have I stumbled across something? I think I've stumbled across something. Huh. That looks like one of the robots from the simulation, but what it would be doing here, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously not an accident. Alright, I guess I'll head to the next area and I'll do a puzzle there. Since I currently have no leads as to how I get into that golden door, but I won't forget about them. I certainly intend to go back and do them. Those triangles make me wonder. They do make me wonder if there's something else I can do in this area, and possibly fulfilling whatever it is that is to do with those triangles might be what is required to open the golden door, or it might not be. Okay, I've defeated the eggs. Well done. I assume this is in a video game. What? If you don't mind my asking, what were you playing? Wow. Have I been here? This is almost making me want to write a map so I can actually keep track of everything. Was it IRL? What did you mean by you were being cooked by some eggs then? I was cooking some eggs in bacon oil. I see. That does sound delicious. Are you making another breakfast sandwich, by any chance? That's interesting. The triangles. There's a triangle there, and there's a fire there. Find one Prometheus spark. Hang on. Could that be what I need to do to get through? What have the triangles changed on the sign? If I find one of the signs, they were spitting hot oil all over me. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good at all. Well, I'm glad you were victorious and not the eggs. Yes, breakfast. Huh. Melville. Bacon, eggs, toast, and coffee. See, if that was me, instead of coffee, there would be baked beans. Bacon, eggs, toast, and baked beans. I'm trying to find my way back to the Prometheus spark I saw earlier in the game. The problem is, as I previously indicated, I really have no sense of the layout of this place. I think it's over this way. I think. It's not up there. Well, I was probably following the signs. That's a good point. If I make it back to the starting area... Goodness me, that beam in the sky. Oh, someone has something to say. Canned or homemade? Canned. Like Heinz baked beans in tomato sauce.
How can I help you?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
I don't know what she is, ontologically speaking, but those questions she asked reinforce my belief that we're being tested.
Yeah.
Or perhaps analyzed.
Yep. I agree. Right, is this the way I came? Or not? No. That's unhelpful. Hang on, where's the central tower? There. I'm out of rice, so I have to use toast. Toast does go very well with eggs, though. And baked beans goes very well with toast and eggs if you happen to have any. Oh, you're a big consumer of rice. If you don't mind my asking. Obviously you don't have to answer. I wish I wasn't so hopelessly lost right now. Oh, what I was going to say is you can see that the top of that structure has there's like a circle and there's a bit missing at the top. I thought that was dilapidation where it had fallen in. But it was that little gap was also in the models that popped up when we completed puzzles. Here we go. Right, I finally made it back to the starting area. Of course, can't live without rice. There's the Prometheus spark. Now I know what that is, and that I should presumably be trying to pick it up. Question is how? How do I get there? That's a really good question because we don't have significant parkour skills. I'd have to get on the top, I think. I'd have to get on top of that structure to have it even a chance. What's your favourite type or types of rice then? Yeah, both in terms of variety of rice that you buy, but also in terms of preparation. You know, the rice dish. That's really disappointing. I couldn't see a way onto the top there. Is there a way onto the top from inside? Oh, hang on. I haven't been here before. Or have I? Oh, I have. Okay, I'm getting this now. Sorry, I'm just a bit dumb. There we go. Right, this is how I do it. Well, hey!
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption key. Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
Okay. That's true, because the terminals did have, fire around them. Hang on, if I'm doing that, let's start with 1. Let's start with puzzle number 1. Maybe that's how I get into the golden door. Maybe I need to get a Prometheus spark. Which puzzle is this associated with, actually? What number is this? I just want to know 3. Okay. And I've forgotten where I've forgotten the other puzzle that had a Prometheus spark next to it, but it's distinctive enough that I'll probably remember it when we go back. What I'm thinking is maybe each puzzle, once it's completed, releases a Prometheus spark, and then once you pick them all up, you can get a clue from inside about how to get into the golden door, or something along those lines. Short grain, Calrose rice. Or what are those emojis? Bowl of rice. I should remember what that's called, where the Japanese dish where they have rice that you hold in your hand with, is that a bit of seaweed that holds it together? I should remember what that's called, but I've forgotten. And the far one I don't even recognise. It looks almost like rice on top of pizza, which I don't think it is. Nothing. Onigiri, that's it. Thank you. Onigiri. Oh, it's a curry, of course. I used to do one thing that I used to do, possibly still should, is do a big dish on the weekend and then freeze a load of it so that I'd have a week or two's worth of food. like in the freezer, ready to go, like good, healthy, homemade food. Stew was one I did often, but I often would also do a Japanese curry using like Japanese curry stock. And then I would just in a steamer steam up some rice and have them together. Absolutely delicious. Sorry, I'm poking for every corner because I'm thinking there's probably more of these Prometheus sparks around. Although I have to admit, I've not seen one yet. I also want to check, since I picked up one of those Prometheus flames right next to this puzzle, I want to check if I used the terminal in here specifically. If I'll have more luck. Because I tried the one earlier and I had no luck. No luck. What did you mean by their decryption keys? Use the... Oh, one of... Is this a terminal? No. I don't know what to suggest. The game seemed quite adamant that I'd be able to do something. But I don't seem to be able to. Alright, we'll go back and explore this more in future. We'll head into the next area and I'll complete a puzzle and then we'll wrap up, I think. Yeah, it's surprising how well British root vegetables work in a curry. Especially like a Japanese style curry. Although any curry really. Like parsnips, carrot, swede, potato, that type of thing. They really do make a nice curry. I also found celery went quite well. Which isn't necessarily one you'd think would curry well, but it seems to. Not on its own, obviously, with the other vegetables as well. Right, where are we off to this time? Oh my goodness, there's a lot of areas here. I usually use carrots and potatoes. You should definitely try parsnips if you haven't. Hang on, I'm having difficulty with the interface here, trying to figure out how I actually use it. Japanese curry is taken from other influences. Yes, this is true. They didn't have curry in Japan until the 1800s, when, after the Meiji Revolution, when Japan was trying to modernize very, very rapidly, and they decided that they wanted to model their military on the British, Navy, I meant to say, on the British Navy, because at the time the British Navy was considered to be the best in the world, and the Japanese wanted the same. And so they went to the point of like actually looking at, right, what do the sailors in the British Navy eat on certain days of the week and so on. And because they had Indian curry, because of course India was part of the empire, the Japanese thought, oh hey, let's make sure our sailors get curry. And that was like the introduction of curry into Japanese cuisine. But even then it didn't take off until it was a few decades later when someone decided to, I've forgotten who it was and why, but someone with exposure to the Japanese naval curry decided to start a business selling it to civilians. And that's when it took off. Curry is phonetically written in katakana. Also, I could just use the mouse. Yeah. But there must be a way to use the controller. Oh, there. Okay, I get it. Alright, I figured it out. I figured out how I move between areas. that count as a fact for Tato?
Alright, everybody. I'm sure you're all excited to check out the next site. But while you're there, remember that I'm still trying to fix the rest of the transport system. Maybe there's another one of those labs that 1K found. If there is, look for more documentation, please.
Okie doke. What was I thinking? Yeah, I would say that doesn't count as a fact for Tato, partly because Tato's not here, so they haven't been able to hear it. And secondly, because I didn't read it. That was from memory. Kade. Yeah. Quantum tunneling. Quantum tunneling in real life is theoretical, but it's the idea that once... Whoa, nearly fell over. One object could theoretically move through another solid object, and the reason that is because atoms are really tiny, and actually most of the in an actual like compound or like in normal matter that's made up of lots of different atoms that are all interacting, there is actually vastly more space between atoms than there is actual atom, if that makes sense. So the idea is that if the nuclei and electrons of the two materials lined up perfectly, in theory it would be possible to have one solid object pass through another. Like a person could, in theory, walk through a wall, for example. The trouble is, you look at the mathematical probability of everything to line up like that, and it is just, you know, it is... The probability of it is just so tremendously tiny. It's, you know, like 1 over a galactic number. It is so minute that in reality you would never have to worry about that. Like, in practice it couldn't happen. Even though in theory you could attach a probability to it. Incidentally, I don't know what this is. I don't recognise it. Driller. Oh! This is a new one. This wasn't in the previous game. This is completely new. Huh. Right, it'll only go through one wall at a time by the looks of things. Why don't you want to drill through that? Ah, it's only a special type of wall you'll drill through? Is that what I'm supposed to be taking from this? And it's the type of wall that's there. Ah, I'm starting to put this together in my head. So I'm supposed to use this to get the drills outside, presumably. Will this hurt me? No, surprisingly. I thought so. I can move objects through the holes that we drill. Okay, that makes sense. I can't walk through though. This is completely new to me. This is not something that was in the first game at all. Hold on, let me turn this around. I like the way that it lines up. If you already have a hole there, then and you ask a different driller to make a hole, it sort of snaps to the same location as the first hole. Right, blimey. So that's one of the puzzles solved. And that's a new building that I've not seen before.
I can't help but notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional.
Nope.
There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here.
Yep.
This place might be meant to test us somehow, but perhaps there's more to it than that.
Well, I'd certainly agree that whoever built this place had an eye for beauty and art. They've certainly gone to a lot of effort to make this place very aesthetically pleasing. Goodness me. Blimey. I should probably wrap up since I've been streaming a lot longer than I originally intended to. Rightio. Is Olivia still streaming? She should be. We should raid her. She's on her birthday stream. Yes, she is. So we'll raid her in a minute. Upcoming streams. That's going to be on Monday, in which I'll be continuing with Dark Souls 2. Then on Tuesday, it'll be more Bloodborne. And then Wednesday, I'll be doing more of this, the Talos Principle 2, which is this wonderful puzzle game that I'm not very far into. What was I thinking? Obviously, that's my plan. Currently, the 6 streams a week. I managed it this week. I can't absolutely guarantee that I will be able to do it consistently going forwards. I hope to, but you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how I get on. So that's just to tell you that I'm still... Oh, blimey. You can't see it, but Byron just walked past in-game. That's just to tell you that... I will very much endeavour to make sure that the... Hang on, let me get the names of the people I'm thanking right. I will very much endeavour to make sure that the streams I was doing previously on Mondays, Fridays and Saturdays will go ahead. But the Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays are just a best effort type situation. I've got a lot of new people to thank for following, which I will do properly in a moment. There we go. So thank you to Bland Barbie X, Crew Styles, Ashlaw NZ, Commander Wiggler, and Daniels. I've just noticed I was calling them Daniels, but I don't think that's what their name actually says, because I don't think there's an L. Daniels, I think. Thank you all so much for the follows. I do very much appreciate it. Right, let's raid Olivia then. So as I say, she's been doing a 24-hour stream, so she's probably very, very tired at this point. What is she actually doing right now? Just chatting food. And this is, as I say, her birthday stream. So she seems like a very nice person, so please please be ever so good to her, and I hope you enjoy her stream. So, just waiting for the countdown to end. Right, there we go. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I really do appreciate it. Oh, and if my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and also on our Discord server. So once again, thank you, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. And say hi to Olivia for me, please. Well, I suppose I can, can't I? Because I'll be part of the raid. Night-night.